All right, we should be live. Should be live on YouTube right now. Everything should be working, hopefully. Welcome everybody to this little live stream, putting together a tier list for the up till today, up to now, the fully released MCU movies to date, going from Iron Man 1 all the way to the most recent release and recent member of the $1 billion box office club, Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm going to be ranking the MCU movies on, a very simplified tier list from S, A, B, C, D to F ranks, and giving my rationale as to why I put them where I put them. We might have a guest or two stop by, and give their thoughts as well. But for the most part, we are going to be, going through this list, and hopefully y'all will enjoy as we make this together. And the fun is reminiscing on all these great movies. I know a lot of people have gone back and watched some, especially after Deadpool Wolverine. And obviously, there will be spoilers. There might be spoilers for all of these films as we go through them. And if you have any comments, any questions, anything like that, feel free to chime in the chat. And even if you didn't catch this live, you could always leave your comments, and I'll get back to you. And any insight will be helpful and appreciated. So without further ado, we are gonna go into this list. I'm using Tier Maker, of course. Somebody put together this wonderful list of 34 Marvel films, MCU films specifically. We're not gonna be touching on any of the Disney Plus stuff. We're only looking at theatrical releases. We're only looking at the 34 MCU theatrical releases. Okay, a more extensive list. Maybe we'll do that in the future, like with all the other Marvel movies, but not today. Not today. That's not what we're doing today. All right. Hopefully, I sound good. And we're gonna get started. Okay. Hope the music isn't too loud. But we're gonna start in order of the release. In theaters. So that means we start off with Iron Man 1, the movie that Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr. put together in a cave with a box of scraps. All right, where does Iron Man lead? Now, I remember when Iron Man was first being hyped at San Diego Comic-Con all those years ago. People were going crazy over the footage that they saw. Infamously, the scene where Iron Man is getting out of the cave that they took him hostage in the Mark One, and that moment when the thug tries to sneak up on Tony, pulls out the gun, shoots, but the bullet just ricochets and takes him out instead. Takes himself out with his own bullet. People were going crazy. The internet was going wild for that. And had it not been for the success of Iron Man 1, we might not even have an MCU. We might not even have it. But where does it rank? Where does it rank? This vague criteria that I have not provided. Where does it go on this tier list? It is an important film. It is a very rewatchable film. I think Iron Man 1 is very rewatchable. All right, it's very fun. And I think that it's one of the better origin films, because there are many origin films. There's many origin films that we're gonna be touching on. I'm gonna put Iron Man 1 in A rank. I'm gonna put Iron Man 1 in the A rank. It has a decent villain. Obadiah Stane is a decent villain. He has a few lines that are really good. The betrayal is really good. The special effects in this movie are good. The soundtrack in the movie are great. It's not the best origin story. It's one of the better ones. I'm gonna go ahead and give it an A. All right, I'm gonna put it in the A rank. Let me tell you something right now, though. Things could change. Things could change. I might talk myself into shifting some things around. But our first film had to give it the proper intro. Had to give it the proper love because it really started everything off. Iron Man put in that A rank. Okay? Now, moving on to the next film. We have The Incredible Hulk. The movie in which Ed Norton's Hulk tears up Harlem. Where does this rank? Now, this movie has MCU tie-ins, you know, with post-credit scene stuff going on, and you know later on in other films it gets referenced that the Hulk tore up Harlem, you know, and you know we remember this film as a film where Hulk takes on the Abomination, who we later see in the She-Hulk series. You know, he comes back, that character, we see him in the She-Hulk series, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the, I think he also shows up in Shang-Chi. I think so. I think we see Abomination there too. Like in their fighting in the background with Wong or something like that. So, The Incredible Hulk. I'm visually, this is actually my favorite version of Hulk. You know, all due respect to the work that's been put in by who's the current actor for the Incredible Hulk. Why am I drawing a blank here on this guy's stellar portrayal of the Jade Giant? I get Mark Ruffalo. There we go. I didn't search for it. I just remembered. All due respect to Mark Ruffalo's That's My Secret Cap, you know, that type of energy he's brought to the role, at least earlier on. This is my favorite visual version of the Hulk. Rage Monster Hulk. The film is, I think, it was good. We're only now gonna start seeing some of the stuff in it, like the leaders show up, and you know, General Ross is gonna be put back in the forefront as a major antagonist in the upcoming Captain America Brave New World movie. Ed Norton, I thought, did a good job. I thought he did a good job in this. I'm gonna put the Hulk. I'm gonna put it in the B tier. B tier. Yeah, it might be a little generous on it, but we're gonna put it in the B tier. All right, now our first MCU sequel, Iron Man 2, where Rhodey is unceremoniously and abruptly replaced by Don Cheadle. Iron Man 2, you got Black Widow showing up for the first time in the series, played by Scarlett Johansson. And you got you have a villain who I feel like is very splits the community in half. Not everybody loved Whiplash. Mickey Rourke. Not everybody loved his portrayal. The accent was a bit much. He just wants his burt. But I also like Justin Hammer in this movie. He's hilarious. He's easy to hate. Iron Man, you know, Iron Man 2, not as good as the first one, but definitely not a fail. I think that a lot of people overly criticized the movie, but I thought that Iron Man 2 was solid. I would say it's a B tier movie. Put Iron Man 2 in the B tier. It's nowhere as good as Iron Man 1. And as a matter of fact, already we're seeing a shift. Because I'm thinking about how good Iron Man 1 was compared to 2. And I'm also looking at origin stories, comparing how good an origin story Iron Man 1 was compared with Hulk. And it may not be fair because Hulk, this was the second Hulk theatrical release. The first one, the Eric Bana one, Not everybody loved that, but that still counts as Hulk being on the big screen. It's not MCU, but that kind of took a little bit away from the thunder and the impact of the origin in this film. So I already bumped up our first S rank movie, Iron Man 1. But Iron Man 2, we're gonna put the B tier. All right, now Thor. Let's shift the music up a little bit. It's on random, so it just went to that track. All right, so Thor. The Thor 1 movie, I really liked the movie. I really liked the Thor 1 movie. I appreciate the angle that the director took with it. I'm forgetting the name of the director. Has done tons of Shakespeare work, with Shakespeare, and I I really enjoyed this film. Loki was great in it. Uh, Heimdall was cool. Odin was cool, and this is when Thor was not as comical, as comedic as he would later become. I thought they did a good job of trying to tie in the magical, godlike aspects of the Asgardian mythos with the more grounded, scientific, um, more practical applications that Shield and stuff was doing. Zoom out so we can see the ranks. Hold on one second. If I zoom out on this, it's like that. Is that better? You gotta let me know. We're on a little bit of a delay. Right now it's just on S through F. All right. So the Thor movie, I thought it was pretty good. But in terms of like action, it was sorely lacking in some action. Hawkeye shows up in this movie. If I'm not mistaken, I think Coulson is in this movie too. And it all ends with, you got the destroyer showing up and messing up that small town. At the end of Thor, I came away with it asking for another, like throwing down my cup and saying another. I wanted more. I wanted more out of this, but that's a good thing and a bad thing. The Thor movie made me want more. It gave me a lot, but not enough. But laid the groundwork for a couple of characters that would later on come back and play roles, like Selvig and Kat Dennings' character, and obviously the mighty Thor, Jane Foster, much later on. I enjoyed the Thor movie, and this doesn't mean it's a bad movie, but I put Thor in the C tier. I put Thor in the C tier of MCU films, and that's where I'm at with it. Now, keeping this background music going, hopefully again it's not too loud. We got Captain America, the First Avenger. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm biased when it comes to this movie, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because everybody that knows me and knows how much I love the Marvel Universe and comic books and things like that, I always said it's gonna be really hard for them to kind of in a way explain to audiences why Captain America has within the verse a nostalgic factor. Why Captain America is the hero's hero. He's why the other champions of Earth, why they want to be heroes. I thought it was going to be really difficult for them to convey that message in one movie, because Cap is not just a guy that got frozen in ice. He was like an icon who got frozen in ice, and then later on, he's an icon in a world that remembers him, but that he doesn't know because he has to relearn everything. And I thought that was going to be really difficult to convey, but they did a great job. I thought that with this movie, they did a really great job of showing Steve Rogers to be a character that you look up to. I got Thor at C. Al, I got Thor at C. Stay tuned for more disappointments or surprises. Captain America as an origin story, I thought it was great. Peggy Carter was a great character in this as well. Um, Bucky was easy to like, and you were hurt when he fell off that train car. The Howling Commandos I didn't think get too much love. I didn't think the Howling Commandos got too much love. Um, and I always hope that they did something maybe just with the Howling Commandos. I think once the MCU figures out what they want to do with Wolverine, I think a Howling Commandos Wolverine type back in World War II scenario might be really cool because he fought alongside them. But anyway, that's a digression. The Red Skull, he wasn't the worst villain. He wasn't the best villain. Hugo Weaving, did his one-off with it, and then said never wanted to do this again. So too bad. But as far as an origin story and setting things up, I think that Captain America did a solid job, and I'm putting it at A. Al, I got Iron Man 2 over Thor because you know what? I find myself quoting Iron Man 2 way more than I do quote Thor. You know what I'm saying? It gave me those at least. But that's just my take. So now we have everything ranked from what I guess will be called the phase 1 of the MCU, except for their first and really the first of its kind in all of Hollywood history, the Avengers. This culmination of all these other franchises coming together in one ensemble movie, it was an incredible achievement to have that. Comic book fans have always wanted to see those crossovers, and this was the Avengers Assemble moment, even though they didn't say Avengers Assemble during it. But it was so cool. It was so cool to see all these heroes come together, and they ended up fighting Loki. Loki and what turned out to be Thanos' opening salvo. The tease of Thanos at the end of that. I mean, comic book fans recognized that purple chin and grin when he turned at the end credits to the camera. It was incredible. We were like, oh, that's where they're going? It went from Nick Fury recruiting folks and at the end of Iron Man to us understanding that that's the level of threat they were headed towards. And, Josh Whedon, all criticisms being valid, for him with his, reported behaviors and stuff aside, he did a really great job in creating moments where you get these quippy, dialogue heavy scenes, and all the characters, you can close your eyes and just have the script read to you by monotone voice, but you would know which characters which just based on how well they were written. The plot, is it the deepest plot in the world? Absolutely not. But it was well executed and tons of moments. Blockbuster film. Avengers, the first Avengers film being the first of its kind, really pulling it apart from any other movie franchise to date. The Avengers film, I thought, was quite honestly, for what it is, for a comic book movie, as close to perfect as you can get. And so I put that film on S tier. The Avengers, the original Avengers film, it's an S tier film, man. Loki is the only real known antagonist. It's kind of interesting when they get Clint Barton, using his knowledge of Shield and the vulnerabilities and things like that. It's interesting watching him under the control of Loki and the what turns out to be the Mind Stone, right? The Mind Stone? Yeah, that's what's in the staff. Or is it the Space Stone? Now they got me thinking. Whatever the stone is he touches people's hearts with, might be space. Anyway, when it's in the staff, it's cool. It is the Space Stone. It's cool to see Clint Barton, Hawkeye, go up against the Avengers, and they're lucky he's not a villain because he really knew how to take them apart until Natasha was able to best him one-on-one. So phase 1 complete. We have 2 S-rank films in that run. I thought Iron Man as an origin story and kicking things off was perfect. Not perfect, but it was great. It was S tier, well above and beyond. You got the Avengers alongside it. Captain America, First Avenger, I thought was the strongest of the rest of the films in Phase One, and then we got Hulk, which is often forgotten as being part of the MCU, the Incredible Hulk film, Iron Man 2, and then Thor. Okay, moving on. Our next film is the third and final uh, Iron Man film. We have Iron Man 3. Now, Iron Man 3, it's not everyone's favorite. Has some heartfelt moments, for sure. I mean, the house party protocol at the end is pretty dope. We're gonna move on. The house party protocol at the end is pretty dope. But with hindsight, so much in the Iron Man 3 movie just didn't have any type of repercussions or impact going forward. For example, Pepper Potts, her having abilities that was never explained away or as to what happened to those. The whole I forget the name of the. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name of it, but the power up that all the bad guys got in the Iron Man 3 film, that gave them like the heat related augmented abilities. None of that gets addressed. None of that, it doesn't result in anything. And besides Tony being able to get the surgery on his chest and really not relying anymore on an arc reactor to keep him alive, from keeping the shrapnel out of his heart. Besides that, I felt like there wasn't much that carried over. Was I entertained watching this? Yeah, the plane, the rescue in the air with, I thought that was cool. But overall, it was a little disappointing. The Mandarin, not being a real villain, like, well, at least closer to what we expected in the comics. They try to be clever with it, with the Trevor Slattery misdirection. But, I wasn't a huge fan of the villain. So overall, Iron Man 3, at best. I know I'm umming a lot. I apologize. I'll work on that. We're going to give it a C. Iron Man, we're going to give it a C tier. Entertaining movie, but I think for a third movie in the trilogy, could have been much better. Could have been much better. Could have been much better. Moving on, Thor: The Dark World. There is only one redeeming quality in this film. Only one. Only one. And that is the performance of Tom Hiddleston as Loki. Malekith as the main antagonist is utterly forgettable. Loki carries this movie to any semblance of rewatchability if you're gonna watch it again. And Thor: The Dark World, it's as a follow up to the original Thor. It was even more, I don't know how to put it. Like, some people felt the first Thor was lacking in the action department, and Thor: The Dark World, it just lacked in any type of substance outside of Loki. And I think in the MCU, it was the first true stumble. And I'm going to go ahead and give this one, the only reason I'm not putting it in F, the only reason I'm not putting it is because of Loki. It's Loki. But I'm going to give, this is the first MCU movie I would put in the D tier. So, Thor: The Dark World, D tier. And again, if you don't agree, feel free to express yourself in the chat. F's in the chat if you don't agree with my Iron Man 3 take. That's fine. It's definitely one of those movies. I have not rewatched Iron Man 3 in a hot minute. in a hot minute. But there's a reason for that. Because it's not a movie I remember enjoying as much as some of the other films. So yeah, Thor: The Dark World, D. All right, Captain America: Winter Soldier. I'm gonna rank it and then explain it. Captain America: Winter Soldier, straight to S tier, is one of the best. I feel like it's one of the best Marvel Cinematic Universe films ever. Like, it had everything. It had action. It had drama. Uh, it really got to the heart of Cap as a character and what he stood for. You know, just because he wears the flag on him, it doesn't mean he's just blind and just follows the rules all the time. You know, he does what he feels is right. And you know, Winter Soldier was cool. Nick Fury was cool as hell in this movie, and the chemistry and the friendship between Natasha and Steve was great. It was great. Um, I think Robert Redford is his name. Robert Redford as the Hydra, the number two to Nick Fury. Um, that that was a great villain. It was easy to hate him because he was so charismatic. He was so charismatic, and the way he described, you know, what he was doing and why he was doing it, you know, it was it made it easy to hate him. You know, it made it really easy to hate him, and you like that he got his comeuppance. The emergence of Hydra and their plan unfolding, and the elevator fight scene. Who could forget? Who could ever forget that elevator fight scene? Captain America: The Winter Soldier is an S tier movie. It's one of those movies, comic book movies, where I say, like, even if you strip away the comic book characters of it and you replace them with like generic, like maybe soldiers or whatever, right? It still works. The movie still, I feel like it would still work, and you know, it's one of the best. It's one of the MCU's best, and I'm really hoping that Brave New World can bring Captain America, that franchise, back into, you know, this level. I mean, there's a lot on it. I doubt it will, but this was really a peak moment in the MCU for sure. And last thing I'll say about Captain America, this is really when the idea that the MCU movies that they were releasing, that each franchise was gonna like embody a different type of genre of film, and the Captain America movies felt like they were gonna fill in the genre of like the espionage, or like the, you know, the thriller, the conspiracy thriller type of movies, the government conspiracy type of thriller movies. It felt like, okay, that's the niche. That's where when we get a Captain America movie, it's gonna feel like Jason Bourne with the super soldier serum, so like that's what it felt like it could be. And you know, that idea I think was well executed here. It's not as evenly executed in the other MCU films, but I think that Captain America: Winter Soldier definitely was a high point. Speaking of a high point, biased. I'm very biased. My favorite movie in the MCU, and I think it's still my favorite, is the next one that I'm about to rank. Now, if Captain America and the Winter Soldier was a peak moment in Marvel achieving this, you know, their promise to try to fill out different genres with different franchises, Guardians of the Galaxy was really their first gamble. Guardians of the Galaxy was the MCU's first, like, really huge dice roll, because even though the Avengers, to, you know, Marvel comic book fans, even though the Avengers were like not the A tier team, that of course was the X-Men, and they weren't the A tier level license, because that of course was Spider-Man and the X-Men. The Avengers were, like, you know, like a B team. They really were. But still, Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, those type of characters were known. You know, like you knew who they were. Even mainstream folks would recognize a Thor just based on his classic look, you know, the hammer. And I think people knew a little bit about those characters. But even comic book fans had for the most part, like a cursory knowledge of the characters that comprise the Guardians of the Galaxy. And James Gunn was put in charge of this, and he pitched a space opera. You know, he pitched a type of like a Star Wars, even though it played out more like a Spaceballs uh, type of movie, and he delivered. He delivered as an origin movie, as an ensemble movie because it's a group here. It was fun, irreverent, the soundtrack timeless, and he gave this movie a lot of heart, and the actors did as well. Guardians of the Galaxy, I think, is amongst the peak moments in the MCU because it showed that they could flex, and if they wanted to, they could take even obscure characters in the Marvel Universe and they could make a great movie out of them. A movie that you want more from those characters in the future, and even makes you go and dig back in the archives and read up on them because they were that cool. And Guardians I put as another S level, S tier film in the MCU's history. I think that Guardians was Marvel's for. If Avengers was a flex because they showed that they could pull everything together, that still felt safer to do than being as popular as you are and digging this deep into the bag to bring out the Guardians of the Galaxy and have this film be as successful as it was. I mean, my mom was a Mima was a fan of the MCU already, but I think that once she saw Groot, baby Groot, you know, like coming out the pot, you know, at the end, all that, like this Guardians really set it off for a lot of. I think it brought in the casuals. I think Guardians was able to bring in the casuals, and for that I put it S. Next movie, Avengers 2. Josh Whedon's second Avengers film, his second MCU film, his last. Avengers Age of Ultron. This movie gets a lot of flack because, you know, people go, oh, it wasn't as good as the first Avengers. And you know what? It wasn't as good as the first Avengers. It wasn't. I agree. Wasn't as good as the first Avengers. But it was still damn good. I love Loki, but they could never really sell Loki to me as a villain in the MCU because I mean, he was too likable. He was too damn likable. But Ultron is one of those villains that I really wish they never killed off. That's a huge thing that the MCU, you know, one of the big criticisms of the MCU is how they just kill off and off their villains. Ultron was tremendous. Spader, he gave such a great portrayal of this character. Ultron was injected with aura, with charisma, and even though his plan wasn't necessarily the most complex, which it should have been because we're talking about Ultron, it was still pretty cool. And we got Wanda introduced here, Quicksilver for a quick moment, and then he was gone. And I like how, you know, Hawkeye took more of a front seat because up until this point, him and Black Widow were the only members of the Avengers team that hadn't gotten their own movies, which I think was a mistake. I think that was a huge mistake because we'll get to Black Widow later. That movie came out, I think, maybe 5-6 years too late. You know, maybe even 7 years too late. Avengers: Age of Ultron, great moments. when they try to pick up the hammer. This is where they started putting together that little relationship between Bruce and Natasha too, which I thought was interesting. You know, considering how they met in the MCU. Just for the performance or the presence of Ultron alone, I thought it was really great. The Hydra subplot in the beginning uh, led to some cool action scenes, you know, with the whole slow motion, everybody ensemble shot. Really good movie. Cap stood out as well as a leader. Tony took a little bit of a backseat, but it was him who put all these things into motion along with Bruce with the creation of Ultron. And then we got Vision. You know, Vision was really cool, very likable, and right off rip was good for a profound quote. Avengers Age of Ultron, not as good as the first one, but I put it in the A tier. I put it in the A tier, and I think that, you know, to follow up the original Avengers, really hard to do. But I thought it did a good job. I got Avengers Age of Ultron. I have it in the A tier for the villain alone, which I wish they never killed off. All right, that concludes phase 2 of the MCU. And for phase 3, wondering if actually no. Phase 2 did not end with Age of Ultron. That's a mistake. I'm sorry. It ended with Ant-Man. And that's the next one up. Real quick. Ant-Man. I did not hate this movie. I did not love this movie. Paul Rudd, he could read a phone book and he's going to make it charismatic and he'll make it funny. The strengths of this film were that, like I was mentioning before, they wanted certain MCU franchises to embody different genres of films. Ant-Man, they kept pushing it as like the heist movie. This was going to be like the heist type of film where you see, you know, a group come together and pull off a big mark. They pull off a big score. And this had that vibe. Luis is one of the best characters the MCU has introduced of his ilk. You know, like all these Marvel films that like in the Thor series, you have Kat Dennings' character. You know, these characters that don't really play any role or even exist in the comic books, but in the MCU as the sidekick or the tertiary character or whatever, the friend of the protagonist who, you know, doesn't have powers or whatever. Luis was hilarious, and his summary and his storytelling ability and how it goes into that comedic montage cuts was great. And it's something that they brought back for Ant-Man 2, but then for whatever reason decided to go away from in the third Ant-Man movie. Big mistake. Ant-Man, it wasn't a terrible movie. Like, I enjoyed it when I watched it. But it's not one of those that I go back to watch. You know, it's not one that I gotta go back and be like, hey, I need to watch this again. Just ain't it. The villain, not so great. Yellow Jacket. The actor's good, you know. The actor's so good they brought him back for Ant-Man 3, but they had him in a role that nobody predicted they'd bring him back for. Ant-Man was not one of the better MCU films, but definitely not one of the worst. But I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the C tier. That, I believe, will conclude phase 2 of the MCU. Now we're gonna spice things up. We're gonna take somebody from the stands, and instead of having them throw tomatoes, we're gonna have them be part of the sauce here. So, joining us in a moment, the co-host, co-founder of the Ring Champs podcast, where you can find the link to their podcast in the chat right now. Just Fino himself, who's been watching and putting F's in the chat as I go on and take on the the task of ranking the MCU films Phase 1 and 2, Dolo, is going to join us via Discord and give some insight and input for our next film and for, maybe the foreseeable. But our next film up on the docket is Civil War. Fino, are you there?
I am here.
Fino, why don't you say hi to people who are watching or who may watch later on?
What's up, people? How you guys doing? Hope everybody's enjoying their day or night, whenever you're listening.
Thank you for that, and we appreciate mean me because no Venom movies here. I appreciate you joining in on the discussion. Before we get to Civil War, are there any? Here's what I'm gonna do. I can't give you the whole gauntlet, but I'm gonna give you 3 Infinity Stones. I'm gonna give you 3.
Okay.
You can use them at any time, but each stone, even though it's 3, they do the same thing. You can move any of these movies to a different rank.
Okay.
Any of the movies, you can move it onto a different rank at your discretion. Just give us an explanation. Okay?
I got you.
Are there any films, like, what's your general take so far on this list that I've been putting together of the MCU?
Well, I mean, I gotta say, for the most part, you've been good. Like, you've been behaving. But I'm sorry, man. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna use a stone right now, but that Iron Man 3 and Thor 2, they're a little too high. That's all I'm gonna say.
They're too high?
Iron Man 3.
Oh,
that's the lowest of the lows.
Oh, so you were getting at me in the chat because it was too high.
I thought it needed to go F tier. That's why I said throw S in the chat. Cause I thought Iron Man, well, Thor 2 to me, it's
well, can I give another reason why I put Iron Man 3 at C and no lower?
Why?
Okay. I have not yet mentioned another factor into this, and that is of box office. Sometimes a film is undeniably, whether I hate it or not, it resonates with people. And if you look back at Iron Man 3, Iron Man 3's box office is ridiculous. Is absolutely insane. And so I can't push it below C myself because of that reason. Thor the Dark World, again, Loki's what kept it from failing for me. Loki was just too good in that.
Yeah, but he couldn't save it by like
he saved it from F tier. He saved it from hell itself. But I can't. I'll probably never watch it again. You know what I'm saying?
That's I don't even remember it. That's how bad it was.
But I remember Loki. But I remember Loki, bro.
Okay, I mean, I can understand your logic. I guess I missed the part. Well, I guess you didn't explain the box office part.
I didn't. I was saving it just in case I had to. But that's a reason.
If you're gonna use that, then I guess we don't need that many Fs in the chat. Maybe just one F in the chat.
All right. I got you down to 1 F. I'll call that a win.
I put 3. I'll knock it down to 1.
You still got 3 Infinity Stones. So if at any point, you want to override something, you go ahead. But let's move on to the next MCU film here, and we'll talk about it and where we rank it and why. This is the 3rd Captain America film, because in the title it's Captain America Civil War. But I've always felt like this is not a Captain America film. If we're talking about the MCU trying to fulfill a promise of their franchises filling out different genres, then where Winter Soldier was clearly a political drama, Civil War was barely political. It was just a reason to introduce 2 huge characters into the MCU, Black Panther and Spider-Man. And Civil War in the title, but it was not Civil War in the ramifications. It wasn't Civil War on the scale. of the event that it's named after in the comics, much like Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron was named after a whole long story of how Ultron wins, and the heroes have to travel back in time to take him down. That was not the scope and scale they went with in the film. But Civil War, it did have Tony versus Cap, Team Tony versus Team Cap. But at the end of the day, it just felt like it was a reason to inject two major characters in the MCU. Tom Holland Spider Man, the late great T'Challa himself, Chadwick Boseman, into the MCU, and it was a very entertaining film. I'm not gonna say where I rank it yet. I'm gonna let Fino give his take on where he what he feels about the film, but that's how I would introduce where I'm coming from, my angle when I look at Civil War.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Like I thought this wasn't really Cap 3, like you said. I mean, it really felt like Avengers, kind of like Avengers 3.
Yeah.
Just with everyone in the movie. I really loved this movie though. Like, I mean, obviously I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, so obviously him joining the MCU in this movie really like hypes it up for me. And but plus he was so great in it. But the overall, like just the movie, I thought everyone had like great parts. Everyone had moments that really stuck out. And then that whole airport scene is just
Oh, it's great.
it was just great. It was just fantastic. That alone moves this all the way to the top for me. So
All
I,
right.
I'm gonna say I would say S for me.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and two things. Two things that I wish this film did. If it already was gonna be the pseudo Avengers 3, because like you said, that's what it felt like. More than it felt like a Cap movie, a standalone Cap movie. Um, I wish it did two more things that it didn't really do. One, that airport scene was dope, and the consequence was, the cost of that was supposed to be Rhodey's legs, I guess, right?
Yeah,
That kind of went away in 20 different ways with how they handled it going forward. Technology and then the Secret Wars thing. It's as if there was no consequence from their fallout in that airport. I kind of wish there was a heavier cost. I'm not saying they had to kill somebody, but I wish the cost was heavier than what it was. And
yeah,
then one other thing I wish they did, if you're gonna call it Civil War, they did a great job of having Tony go and recruit Peter. Like I love that scene, the interaction with Aunt May and Tony in Peter's room and showing him the YouTube footage of him, stopping a bus and all that. That's cool. All that is dope. But I wish at least we were able to get a scene where maybe Cap recruits Ant-Man, or maybe even where Cap tries to recruit Spider-Man, and then Peter makes a choice. We really don't we don't get enough of Cap in this movie. Quite honestly, I feel like we don't get enough Cap in his own film, and it doesn't make the movie a fail. I just feel like it didn't go hard enough in the paint. That's all.
well,
Because
let me.
because it
This
had
was
to introduce those two characters.
this was the one too where like they had the scene where Iron Man fights Cap and Bucky, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Which that was awesome in itself.
Yeah.
But I love that whole dynamic where just like Cap is really like on the fence. Like he obviously loves his country and and all that, but at the same time, he's kind of fighting against them. He's fighting against the government.
Yeah.
I like that whole
Again.
dynamic he was in.
Again. Because he does that.
Again,
He does that in Winter Soldier as well, kinda.
yeah, it's I like that whole thing because obviously Cap is all about America, so it's just like I just always loved that. And then I thought his scenes with Iron Man were just awesome. His scenes with Bucky, Like just that whole scenario, the whole twist with Bucky,
Yeah,
Bucky killed Cap. I'm not. I'm sorry. Bucky killed Iron Man's parents or some shit
yeah, he killed
or
Tony's
something like that.
parents.
Yeah, so it's like that whole thing. It was really dope. Like, especially if you don't know the history and all that. I thought obviously it's not the comic book version like you said, but I thought it was good for what they accomplished. I think everything they meant to do, and of course the whole surprise factor with Spider Man. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, yeah. And we didn't even touch on. I mean, this was also the introduction for T'Challa. I
Yeah,
thought he was portrayed very well as in this film. He looked cool as shit. The hand to hand moments. He looked capable, and I thought it was really cool and noble the way he handled the apprehension of Zemo, not letting Zemo take his own life and saying, "No, no, 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 consequences, baby," and
hmm
stops the bullet with his hand, with his vibranium covered hand. I thought that was cool too. Um, so Civil War for me, like I said, great movie. I have it at A. I have it at
that's
A.
why
Again, you got stones. You want to use one of your three
we
stones, you
using
can.
one right now.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
we
use
using
one
it.
right now.
We're using that's tier.
You're putting it at S tier. Okay.
That's S tier.
I
That's
can't
it.
hate on you for that. And maybe I baited you in using one.
You probably did.
Maybe I did. So
That's
Civil
S
War,
tier. Yeah.
it was a movie doing a lot, but we both agree at minimum it did a lot well. Like a lot of other movies, like I think it's a. Some people might think I'm bugging, but Civil War did things, and this is not the shit on the DCU. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But Civil War was able to accomplish more in what it was trying to do than the Justice League movie did.
I totally agree.
And the Justice League movie, a lot of people want to compare it to Avengers, but I don't feel like it because the Justice League movie was also introducing characters in ways the way Civil War was doing before they had their own solo films. I feel like it makes more sense to compare to Civil War than it does to Avengers, and it didn't hold a candle to Civil War. The
Didn't
Snyder
even
cut
have it.
maybe, but not the
I
original.
wouldn't even say that.
I'm just saying it. You could make more of an argument for the Snyder cut one, but that's a 4 hour
Agreed.
film.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a
yeah,
4 hour
for sure.
film. If you would have given Civil War 4 hours, then it would have probably done all the things I said I wish it did, and then we're not even having a conversation about if DC, if the Justice League Snyder cut movie compares. But yeah,
Imagine if we got more Spider Man. Oh my god.
oh, that would have been great. Like I said, if they would have had, even though it was cute, the way that they had the Brooklyn Queens moment where Cap leaves Peter holding up the heavy, I don't remember if it was a fuselage or a tanker, whatever it was. Even though that was a cool moment, I think it would have went deeper, and I think it would have been cool if we would have had like a moment of showing maybe Steve trying to recruit Peter, like the two different approaches,
Right.
the two different ideologies, and then Peter making that decision. And it would also, I feel, it would have also carried more weight for why Peter idolizes Tony. Because even though Tony's the one that went to go recruit him, it would have meant more if we would have seen him actually choose Tony. You get what I'm saying? As a
That makes
mentor,
sense.
I think, yeah. But anyway, we both agree Civil War is one of the better movies. I don't consider it a true Cap movie, even though it's the third Cap movie. But we both agree it's one of the better MCU films. So we have it at originally A tier, and then we sacrificed the stone. Fino did. He sacrificed one of his three Infinity Stones to move it up to the S tier. Now, moving on to the next film, we have Doctor Strange. Now, the Doctor Strange movie, I enjoyed. I want to say that off rip. I enjoyed this film. I thought that visually, it did some really cool things. I thought that they did a good job of representing the very unique power set and dynamic to combat and things that Doctor Strange brings to the field. I think that they did a good job of translating what many consider some of the more psychedelic and out there comic books, in the visual medium, especially classic Doctor Strange stuff. I think they did a good job of translating that surrealness and all that to the big screen for audiences to be able to pick up on, what was going on. And so Benedict Cumberbatch, I thought he did a great job as Doctor Strange. He's a great actor. I didn't doubt that he was going to be able to, you know, bring something to the role, and I feel like he did. I have two big disappointments with this film, though. Two big disappointments that I have with the film. One is Caecilius as the main antagonist. Mads Mikkelsen is a really good actor, and I love him in almost everything I've seen him in. And unfortunately, I feel like his talent was wasted on this villain, on having him portray a villain that, like a lot of other films in the MCU, they just throw away at the end. There's no building on it at the end. Caecilius, I get his plot. He wanted to side with Dormammu, bring the dark dimension over here, blah blah blah. But he didn't have enough to do. And if you're gonna bring in Mads Mikkelsen and throw him away like this, I would rather them got any other actor and save Mads Mikkelsen for a role like, who knows, like he could have been Doctor Doom, or he could have been just anybody else in the MCU. And that I had a huge problem with. Lastly, and this is less of a problem with the film itself than what they did afterwards, but Baron Mordo. Like if you wanna build up Baron Mordo as like this guy who then is gonna go on a revenge trip against Strange and tease that at the end of the film, but then never have it pay off, then why do that? I think that I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, Chitua Ejiofor. He's a tremendous actor. I mean, he could have been a hell of a foil to Doctor Strange in future films, in future moments, or I don't know. They didn't go deep enough with that character, and it felt like a waste. And even though we do see him later on in we see a multiverse version of him, a variant of him. It just reminded me that was a ball that they fumbled. It reminded me that was something that they didn't capitalize on, where there was plenty of room to make that seem pretty cool. But yeah, Fino, what are your thoughts on Doctor Strange?
I'll be honest with you. I don't really remember Doctor Strange.
Oh,
Like I've seen it once, maybe twice. I think I seen it twice. I like the I like how they did the story of as far as him like becoming Doctor Strange. Though his origin story was fine. But the actual like nitty gritty of the movie, I don't really remember. I never really got into the Doctor Strange movies, to be honest. But I like him as Doctor Strange. I think he's interesting in every other movie he's in,
mm,
except his own, if that makes sense.
damn. All right, yeah, no, I feel you.
So, I mean,
In other words, you feel like Doctor Strange is you like his portrayals when he's not the main character, like when he's a part of a group, part of the ensemble, like in the Avengers films.
yeah, like he was, we'll talk about it, but he's better in all the other movies he featured in.
Okay, okay,
Like his role, especially like it's like the less he's in the movie, the better he is. So I don't really think this high about this movie. I remember it being like it wasn't a bad movie, but it wasn't great. It was just
right.
like average, maybe a little bit above average. I'll say above average. So I don't know where that would be in your ranking. Maybe I guess a C.
No, above average for me would be in the B tier,
It would
and
be B. Okay, so then I
I
would
would,
say average
because to
then. So
me,
C.
average would be like C.
Okay, well then I'll say C. Like it would be like a C plus if anything.
So like a high C, but definitely not. I mean, I won't fight you. I get if why you would put it at C, The villain was pretty weak. I thought it did a good job of introducing Strange though, because remember it's one of those origin movies as well, and I thought it was one of the it was well done for origin. Uh, and again the visuals I thought were great. I thought the visuals were really
Yeah,
great.
I do agree with that. Like so you had Iron Man 2 at B, right?
I have Iron Man 2 at B, and you know what? One of the reasons I put Iron Man 2 at B, I mentioned it with Al. I quote Iron Man 2 a lot. It had a lot, and you know what? Doctor Strange, unlike Iron Man 3, Thor, and Ant Man outside of Luis, Doctor Strange had a lot of memeability to it. I've come to bargain. You know what I'm saying? That was a huge people were saying that left and right, because that
Uh,
was a cool moment. I'm not gonna lie. That
I
was
don't really remember
when he
that.
tricks Dormammu, puts him in the time loop because he has the time stone, and
Yeah,
and then he Dormammu just keeps killing them and killing them and killing them. I thought
that
that was
I
pretty
do
cool.
remember that.
I thought
Okay,
that was cool. But
now
then
that you brought it up,
but then
I
again,
remember that.
it's an example of where Dormammu is the more interesting villain, and we don't get him. We get Caecilius.
Right, yeah, like
You
because
know,
Dormammu, I'm not too familiar with him, but he's a really like
he's
big
big time.
bad though, right?
Oh, he's big time. He's like
Yeah,
maybe you're more familiar. He's like Trigon in Teen Titans, like Raven's
yeah,
dad. He's like
yeah.
that level, if not bigger, of a threat. But he's like
Okay,
that.
and we never get him basically again.
No,
Like you,
no, they don't bring him back again.
which is crazy to me.
It's
Um,
yeah, it is insane.
see, I really like Iron Man 2. So for me, I can't put Doctor Strange on Iron Man 2 level.
Yeah,
So I would put it right under, like I would probably, since you have Iron Man 3 at C tier, I would obviously have it lower, but I would put it at the bottom of C tier.
mm.
So this would probably be right above Iron Man 3
No,
for
it's like
me.
what you said. You said it would be like a C plus. So it'd be
Yeah,
high
like 'cause
C, but not quite B. Yeah, I mean, I'm
yeah,
not gonna
yeah.
rearrange each one, but I get what you're saying. Like it's in the same tier as Iron Man 3, but not the same like level. I get what you mean. I totally, and
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that Doctor Strange, out of the other films that are in this C level, I think it's better than all of them. But it's not quite. I agree with you. Originally, I had it at B, but I agree with you that based on just its lack of memorability and the villains, especially, it's not as strong as some of the other films. I get that.
Right.
I totally do. All right, next movie. Next movie up in the MCU in order of its theatrical release is Guardians Volume 2. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I admit I'm super biased when it comes to Guardians 1. Guardians 2 was not as good as 1. And a
Okay.
lot of people have problems with this movie, and we'll touch on them. But my general take on Guardians Volume 2, fun movie, one of the best like intros, like the opening scenes. You got Baby Groot dancing while the rest of the Guardians are fighting that huge alien threat in the background.
Yep.
It's a great opening scene. They introduce some new characters. We get Mantis added to the group. I think that the standout character in Guardians 2, the standout moments in this, clearly a Rocket and maybe even Drax.
Yes.
Drax and his I don't know what you want to call it, tutelage, big brother, dad. The point is he takes Mantis under his wing, and their exchanges throughout the movie, they grow on you, and it's pretty cool and heartfelt. But Rocket, I feel like, really takes a huge bump in this movie, and Yondu and his passing and that whole moment at the end, it gets me every time. It gets me every time. But I gotta be fair. Ego, he's not one of the worst. He's not one of the worst by far of the villains, but he was still a little underwhelming. It was still a little underwhelming in terms of like villains. And so for that, I give it a knock. But the soundtrack was beautiful. Again, James Gunn delivered with that. Uh, and again, to be fair, you got all these Ravagers. They do sort of, kind of, little bit, somewhat pay off later on in MCU stuff, but not to the extent where it felt like it was promised. Because I mean, you got heavy hitters like Stallone and Michelle Yeoh playing roles of other Ravager groups, and I'm like, I want more of them. I want to see more of them, and we haven't really got that. Not really. So for that, I have to knock the movie as well. But I love Guardians. I love the Guardians trilogy. I love this movie, but not, it's nowhere near as good as the first. What's
Yeah,
your
no,
take,
I
Fino?
agree. I agree with that. Like, this is the one I'm not gonna say it wasn't a bad movie at all. Like it was good, but I think I could easily probably rank like 15 ahead of it. Like for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Uh I think I agree with everything you said though. I think I didn't realize I love Mantis as much until the third one,
Mm-hmm.
but it was because of the second one that I even liked it. Like it was really weird, but I do love that dynamic between that two pairings of Drax and Mantis. That's awesome, and I love that it
Endearing.
carried on to the future movies, and even not just Guardians 3, but I think it was in Avengers they interacted and stuff like that. So yeah, it was good. Ego to me though was not. I was just not entertained by Ego at all.
He fucked the
But
universe.
yeah, like it just didn't connect with me. But I still had fun watching it. So if I had to put it anywhere, I'm throwing it into probably I'll say B.
That's exactly where I would put it. I would. That's exact. B is where I would put it. And it's it's one of, like I said, it has some moments in it that just get me every time. Every time. That moment when Rocket, exclaims that the Ravagers that they show up for Yondu's funeral gets me every fucking time.
Oh yeah, that is yeah, I forgot Yondu. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
Yondu.
Mary
I love
Poppins. I'm Mary Poppins. Yondu was fucking great, in this, and he, what do you call it? What's the line he says? He may be your father, but he ain't your daddy, something like that. You know that
hmm
that's great. It's not a bad movie, and I understand you saying you could put 50 movies ahead of it, but this is not that kind of ranking. It's just in terms of, we're not ranking them that way.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I
but I
know. Yeah.
totally get it. It's not one of the better, definitely not one of the worst. But following up the original, and then also in hindsight looking at how good the third one is, which we'll get to eventually. Guardians
It was good middle
2,
ground.
yeah, Guardians 2, definitely above middle of the pack, but still in the grand scheme, probably still in the middle
Yeah.
in terms of MCU movies. Okay, now we're getting to our first Tom Holland solo Spider-Man film,
Whew.
Homecoming. We got Spider-Man Homecoming. Now, Spider-Man Homecoming was a movie that, you know, when before Civil War came out, we didn't see coming. We didn't see how Sony and Marvel, or Sony and Disney, were going to be able to play nice and let the MCU have their own Spider-Man. We didn't see how that could happen. And whatever the parameters of the deal that they worked out gave us gave us the No Way, the home trilogy.
Yeah.
of Spider-Man in the MCU, and picking up from his appearance in Civil War, and literally because Tony Robert Downey Jr. still has a presence in Spider-Man's development in this film. We get that follow up, and I think that they did a pretty good job. I think they did a really good job of giving us a likable, character, a likable version of Peter Parker. Lots of chemistry between his friends, his man in the chair, Ned, and with his MJ. Yet another, yet another female lead and male lead in a Spider-Man film that end up dating, which is hilarious. That seems to always happen. This one seems to be headed for the long run. Good for that. uh, I think that I will say this. I feel like No Way. I'm sorry, Homecoming has one of the most underrated villains. Has one of the most. He's not as. He's clearly not as good as Willem Dafoe's Norman Osborn, but they did a good job of trying to recreate that whole. Wait a minute, I know you. We have ties with and without the mask type of. I think that angle they went with Michael Keaton's Vulture. I think he's one of the more underrated villains in the MCU. And the moment where Peter is picking up the rubble from his back, and he's really straining to dig deep and break himself out of there to go and help and save the people that he loves and cares about. I think it's a really good moment. It's not really an origin, which I think both helps it and maybe hurts it, because I would have liked to see their take. I would like to have seen the MCU's take. They've only mentioned Uncle Ben, like once in the entire MCU, and outside of seeing I think a piece of luggage or something with his name on it, B. Dot Parker on it, they don't even mention Uncle Ben in this film. But we all know they saved that for another Spider-Man Home movie. They saved the Uncle Ben moment for somebody that's not Uncle Ben. But anyway, I thought this movie was really good. It was very strong. It's not my favorite Spider-Man movie. Not that we're gonna go on the ranking the Sony Spider-Man movies. It's not my favorite, and I don't think it's the best. But I think that for what it had to do in the MCU, it did a great job, and it was a very good opening for the character in the MCU. I'll talk more about what hurts it later, but yeah.
Mhm.
What's your take, Fino? I know you love Spider Man.
Yeah, see, this is so Spider-Man Homecoming. It's hard for me to really say because
Is this the one where you're gonna reveal your bias? Because I say I'm biased for Guardians. Are you
yeah,
biased?
that's where I was gonna go into. It's like your bias with Guardians is probably my bias with Spider-Man. Like that's how I feel. Like I don't. I'm gonna rank it high. I would rank it high because it is Spider-Man. But if I could step away for a second, it, it's it's not. It's definitely not the best Spider. And in fact, I would put it like probably the it was probably third out of the three. But I love the whole like battle against Tony type thing, like where Tony's saying you're not ready, and he's trying to like
Yeah.
prove himself. Even Happy wasn't even listening to him when the whole, when Vulture's trying to, steal the plane and steal all the technology at the end
Yeah.
and stuff like that. I love that whole scenario, the whole thing with MJ or his version of MJ. Like, I love that whole pairing, well, trio with Ned as well. It had I just love Tom Holland. I think Tom Holland just did a fantastic job as Spider-Man.
I agree.
I thought the only thing I would say is that it was missing something that
Mm.
would have put it like in.
S tier. Like it was missing something that I feel like maybe the other movies had. I just can't put my finger on what Homecoming was missing. It
I
was.
think I know what it was missing. I
You
just
tell
didn't
me
want
because
to.
like
I didn't want to bring it up until we get to the second Spider-Man.
okay, then I won't. Put this on hold. But I would say then if I had to rank this, I'm gonna rank it at B. Um,
I need you to get out of
it
my
was
head because that's exactly where I was thinking. I would put it at B as well. It's it's above average,
yeah,
for the MCU films. It Tom Holland, very likable. It was helped by the fact that this is the first Peter Parker that felt like the early day Peter Parker. Like he was young, he was a kid.
yeah, he
Like
was definitely yeah.
he looks like a kid. Whereas it made you chuckle when 30-something-year-old Tobey Maguire is being uh
Pushed around by Flash Thompson.
no when he's being like on the subway they got him the crowd surfing and they without the mask he's just a kid. I'm like, no,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
okay,
bro, I
yeah.
can see the wrinkles. He ain't no kid. What the fuck you talking about?
Epic
Like,
scene, by the way. Epic scene.
oh no, epic scene. But it's like in hindsight, it's hilarious because the guy saying he's just a kid is actually younger than Tobey Maguire. The actor was younger than Tobey Maguire that said it.
That's
But
true.
but you can get away with saying that the youthfulness of Tom Holland on screen, it's strong, it's palpable, and I didn't even one of the highlights also of this film was in terms of world building, the the environment that they set up at his school with the teachers and the students doing the news broadcasts and how they
Yeah.
use that as a vehicle to break down events. Really strong, really strong. I thought that it made me care more about this movie made me care more about the other characters besides Peter than any of the other Spider-Man movies did, except maybe the Amazing ones, because the chemistry between Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone was tremendous. But
Agreed.
this movie made me care. It cast, if you will, the web was bigger, the web was wider. To care about characters around Spider-Man as much as he did. So I thought that was a strong part of it. But like I said, I agree with you. There was something missing. I'm gonna get into what I think that is later when we get to other Spider-Man movies. But we got Spider-Man: Homecoming, the first Spider-Man standalone movie in the MCU, at B tier.
I do want to say one thing though, real
Sure.
quick.
Go ahead.
I did not like the what was it, mid credit scene or end credit? It was one of the mid credit or end credit. I don't remember when it was. But
Remind me what the mid or post, what was the post credit
it's
scene?
Vulture in prison and is the guy that's Scorpion.
Oh
He goes
yeah,
and he
yeah,
asks him about his identity because he finds out
right,
who he is because
right.
his daughter he dated his daughter or whatever.
That has yet to pay off.
It hasn't paid off. So like
Yep.
everyone knows what that leads to. Well, at least I would hope you do.
What it could lead
If
to,
you don't-
right?
So it's like we didn't get it, or we're not. I don't know. I don't even know if we would get it in 4. Like
No, I don't think so either. And
So
since you
I don't
brought that
know.
up, not to make this too current eventy, this is not what this is, but I read yesterday that I think it was people were saying there's a rumor because I don't know if nobody official has said it, but there was a rumor yesterday talking about how Marvel can't use any of the villains that Sony has already used.
Oh well, then
Marvel cannot use villains that Sony has already used in their Spider-Man movies. So,
they used all the top ones.
huh? Yeah, they've used some of the more top tier, exactly, and they've used them to mix mostly bad results.
Oh god,
But
that's
yeah,
terrible.
the Sinister Six has taken many forms in the comic books. The original Sinister Six, if that rumor is true, the MCU would not be able to pull off without Sony, you know, playing nice. But if that's the
And
case, that might be part of the reason the MCU's gone in a little different direction than trying to get a Sinister Six on the screen, because we know that Sony's been trying to make a Sinister Six film. They've been trying to set up a Sinister Six for more than a decade, and it's been mostly miss on that front.
last thing I'll just say is if they're gonna do it, at least save it for Spider-Man 6. You got it right there.
Right, I got you. I got you. Spider-Man 6 and ended with that, yeah, with the Sinister Six. I
Yeah.
get you. I get you. All right, moving on. The next film in the MCU that was released is Thor Ragnarok. Now, this film, more than any other film up to this point in the MCU, was I would say, not extreme, but a very huge shift in tone. Um, Thor Ragnarok, directed by Taika Waititi. I mean, this change, and some people say it saved the Thor franchise from just becoming, boring. Saved it from becoming too uh immemorable. Thor Ragnarok, if I was able to bump up Thor Dark World because of Loki's performance, well, Thor Ragnarok gives me even more Loki. Gives everybody more Loki. It even gives us more Hulk. Thor Ragnarok is, it takes elements from a lot of different Marvel comic storylines, including Planet Hulk. I always wanted to, if you were ever gonna make a standalone Hulk movie, I always wanted them to do Planet Hulk. And this movie meant that I wasn't gonna get that we weren't gonna get that, but at least they paid a little homage to it, with the arena and even the armor and stuff that Hulk was wearing in the film. Jeff Goldblum as the game master, hilarious. And Chris Hemsworth, I mean, if people didn't know it before this film, the guy has comedic chops. Definitely has comedic chops. The comedy's turned up to 11 in this film. And I think for the most part, it worked. It worked because in every way that Thor the Dark World was not interesting, this film was. It takes place mostly on another planet, but thankfully it's a vibrant, very colorful, exciting, lively planet, Sakaar, and it makes the most out of the setting. Hela, great villain, very powerful villain, capable, and it doesn't. The ending with this villain, much like the movie before that we talked about, Homecoming, we don't really get a resolution. We don't know if Hela is destroyed or killed. It looks like they might be, but maybe not. So there's the possibility maybe bringing Hela back at some point. I really enjoyed Thor Ragnarok. I remember leaving the theater just smiling and wanted to watch it again because it had so many funny moments. And Thor Ragnarok, yeah, it's by far, without question, the best in that series, in the Thor series. And I think that out of when you talk about MCU trilogies, the third movie in those trilogies, it's one of the strongest ones, for sure. It's one of the strongest ones. Fino, what is your take on Thor Ragnarok?
Well, you know how Ant-Man had Luis?
Yeah.
I felt like for Ragnarok it was Korg. Korg was hilarious in this. I love the fact that it's like you said they changed like the style of this movie because they made it more comedic, but it was also action packed at the same time.
Yeah, plenty of cool
Um,
action moments. Yeah.
Thor versus Hulk was just awesome. He said, "Oh, that's my friend." I
I
forgot the
know him
exact
from
words.
work.
Yeah, no, from
Friend
work.
from
That's
work.
right. And then Hulk just goes on to like just beat his ass.
Yeah.
Like it was that was awesome. Valkyrie, I mean, she
Oh
was
yeah.
cool as hell in that movie as well.
Yeah.
Loki, he had his great moments. Like it had I feel like it took the great parts of Thor and character wise and just put it all together, and it actually made Thor likable
Yeah,
because no one really Thor 1. I like Thor 1, but Thor 2 killed him, really, like it really did kill him. So this is the first time I felt like Thor now was like on a likable level of the Iron Mans, of the Caps. um
I agree.
and it was a really great movie. I can't remember how many times
You know,
I
Thor
watched it.
Ragnarok for me, I don't know about for you. It's if I had to, if in the future I was going to do this again, I would be more interested in ranking the MCU movies in terms of rewatchability rather than just
Mhm.
1 through 34. But if
Okay.
speaking on rewatchability, for me, Thor Ragnarok is one of the most rewatchable MCU movies for me.
Yeah,
It just
yeah, it's
hits.
definitely, I would say definitely top 10. It
Yeah,
may even be top 5. Like
it just hits. It's very
up there.
charming. Like the movies are very charming.
Yeah. It's this is now this is the only thing I don't know where I would rank it. Like I want to say S. Man. It's either low S or high A. I guess if I had to pick one, I'm gonna say S.
You would put it at S tier, and I'm not trying to bait you. I would put it at A tier.
See, I'm fine with that. Like I like I
I,
said, I will put either low S or high A. It's one of those.
I mean, I would put it at A because, and I know this is not fair, but mostly because of where it ends up going for, and the fact that this is the best Hulk that we get, that we've gotten.
See,
Besides,
that's why I
this is
would
the best
say
Hulk we're gonna get. But I fault it, maybe unfairly. 4 drags it down a little bit for me.
wait, you said who
Like I didn't
brings
know
it
that
down?
this was the peak. I was hoping they would build off this, and honestly, so far, this is the peak. This is
This
the peak.
was the peak of every character in that movie though.
Yeah, yeah.
So like I mean, name a character, this was their peak. And
Bro,
except
you
unless you're
got 2
counting.
stones. You want to use one? I'm putting it at A.
No. I'm fine with A. I'm
All
fine
right,
with A. As
all
long
right.
I'm fine with it. I know you're not putting it where in A. I'm
Like
fine with
Thor Ragnarok. Do I like it more than Avengers: Age of Ultron?
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because as much as I like Avengers: Age of Ultron, I like moments in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Thor Ragnarok from beginning to end, I think is just
It's
a better. It just the
yeah.
beats. It's just there.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with A. I'm cool with A.
All right.
I was just like the more I talk about it, I feel like damn, it could be S. But I'm fine with I wouldn't use a stone. Like I'm not mad about that.
Okay. All right. Thor Ragnarok gets an A. Peak Thor, peak Hulk in the MCU so far. And hopefully they can return to that form of glory at some point. But we'll get to that. Moving on. One of the MCU's biggest releases. It was one of the most, I would say, just because of the impact that people anticipated the film could have, one of the most hyped movies in the MCU. And you talk about a movie that brought the MCU to casuals. I don't think there's a movie on this list that did that more than Black Panther. There are a significant amount of MCU fans whose first MCU movie was Black Panther. For many different reasons, Black Panther brought people into the movie theater that otherwise would not come into to see and sit down and watch a comic book movie. For many different reasons, the most obvious reason being that this movie was featuring a black superhero, a prominent black superhero. Yes, we've had Blade, Hancock, Yes, we've had other movies with black superheroes in it for sure. But this was the MCU's first take, and people were aware that the MCU was making billions of dollars with their films and things like that. This one had a huge cultural impact. The box office alone on it is evidence of that. You talk about memeability, you talk about just its cultural presence. Black Panther was huge. I gotta be fair. It does get a knock from me for, again, killing off interesting villains. And in Black Panther, they don't just kill one interesting villain, they kill two. Because I feel like with Claw and especially with Killmonger, there's a lot more you could have done. For sure. Black Panther, soundtrack, direction, cast, solid, all up and down. Is it the most original plot in the world? Absolutely not. But I feel like it was very well executed. And it was one of those films that, like I said, had a lot of hype behind it, but it delivered. It delivered because it made a lot of people happy, and I'm one of them. I enjoyed Black Panther a lot as a film, and obviously, this was the only Chadwick Boseman led Black Panther film. He passed afterwards, not right afterwards, but he passed before they could do a follow up film. And I thought that as a lead in this movie, he was tremendous. Very charismatic, likable, funny when he had to be, and he really embodied all the characteristics you want to see in potentially what could have been a lead character in the future of the MCU. It was all there, and I thought that as a film, it's definitely it makes. I understand why it made the box office did. I also understand why people overrate it. I get why they overrate it because there's a lot there that's really good. But yeah, Black Panther. Marvel had to hit the notes on this one for the black community. They had to hit some notes for people of color and to show, that they could have diversity when it comes to their leads. And I thought that Black Panther did a great job. And then the world building also very strong as well. Fino, what is your take on the Black Panther film?
Hold on. I need to know your rank for this.
You want to know my rank for this?
I want to know where you rank this.
I can't put it high. Oh, okay. I got it at A. I got Black Panther.
You got it at A?
I have Black Panther at A. Yeah. It's a really, really strong movie. And like I said, even though they kill off two villains in it, two villains that were tremendous. Killmonger is, you can make the argument Killmonger is perhaps top 3. He's like probably top 3 MCU villains. Him alone. I think I can make that. He had presence, he had swag, and if you talk about a villain who could convince you to agree with him, a villain who wasn't wrong. They got people saying Thanos wasn't wrong when he wanted to snap away 50% of life. Killmonger basically became policy in Wakanda after he died. Killmonger's vision almost entirely became policy. So, yeah, I got it at A. What about you, Fino? Let me hear your take.
All right, so you said a key word earlier. You said some people may what was it? Overrated?
Yeah, I recognize that it's overrated. Some people have it as S tier, and some people have it as the best MCU film of all time. I don't.
Yeah, they're smoking some good stuff, I guess. I think this movie's so overrated. I really do. I am not a big fan of Black Panther movie, to be honest. I think it was a good movie, but I don't think it's. I think even A is too high. I go B, but I will say I think Killmonger was amazing. Love Killmonger, and I did love Chadwick Boseman. I thought they did well,
M'Baku? Do you
but
not love M'Baku?
I liked him better in the second. Well, yeah, in the last
I
one.
feel you. I feel you. In the second one, he had more of a role.
Yeah, plus he had one of the most iconic lines ever.
Yes. You bald-headed demon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, so, that's it. I mean, I get why, for the culture, I understand why everything you said. Like, it would be, some people will have it as, some people will have it the greatest movie of the MCU. I get it for the
Because
culture.
for them, it probably was.
And for them, and they have every right to their opinion.
Right.
As stupid as it is.
This is our opinion.
My opinion, I would put this at B.
If only you had the ability to put it at B. If only you had stones to do that.
No, I'm not going to. I know that I have some bias in that. Like, it's not enough to change it, because I think putting it at B, I would even admit, is blasphemous.
You would have it at C? Or you mean B's too low?
I'm saying like having it at A, moving it from A to B, I know would be blasphemous. Mm-hmm. But I just never connected to the movie.
Okay.
But I don't think it's still worth changing. Like, I know I'm in the very small minority that thinks that. So,
but can you tell us why? What about the movie in and of itself, besides the hype around it, besides how other people responded to it, for you, what didn't do it for you?
Well, no, just the way, I don't think it matched the hype.
Like, yeah, but I'm saying outside of the hype, just the film.
Okay, so just
standalone.
The film itself.
Yeah,
Killmonger was great, right? I thought he stole the show. And yes, Chadwick was great as well. But I feel like the plot just wasn't. It was just simple. Like, it was nothing. I don't know how to explain it. It just. I just never really, like, the story just never was like, oh man, like, I gotta see this again. Like, Killmonger's performance was great. I would see it, just like, how you pointed out Loki in the Thor movies.
Yeah.
I felt Killmonger was that.
I feel you. I feel you. Like, he outshined a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Like, he was just so great. And for it to be Black Panther should have been the star, especially for the movie and for the. I know you said to separate from the hype, but you kind of needed Black Panther to be the star
of his own movie. You need him to be the star of his own movie.
Exactly.
I feel you. I understand that.
And he wasn't. And I'm not using that to downgrade the movie, as far as, like, it's great that Killmonger was great and Michael B. Jordan, amazing. It's hard to overcome Michael B. Jordan.
Right.
But
in that role, like, in this particular role.
I feel like more people, it's just like, there's a reason why, yes, rest in peace, Chad. But there's a reason why people were happy at one point that Michael B. Jordan would become Black Panther in the second one.
Right, that the rumor was that he could be.
Right. I feel like there was more hype about that happening than Chadwick.
Understood.
I mean, obviously,
I get that point. And this is not us kicking. I don't feel like we're kicking. We're giving our opinion on the film. And I think it's based. I get it. Like, you felt like Killmonger's charisma, presence, and the fact that, well, shit, he was right. Maybe a little too extreme, but he was right. Yeah. It's hard to hate on the dude that you kind of agree with, but I would say this. I think part of the problem of the film as well, not problem in that it creates for itself, just a problem that's built into a movie like Black Panther is the fact that not only did you have to introduce all these characters, but more than Asgard, more than any other setting in the MCU up to this point, Wakanda itself had to be introduced, almost like it was a character on its own, because of
Yeah.
how distinct, how unique, how powerful a country it is within the MCU, within the Marvel lexicon. You know what I'm saying? Like it is a character almost on its own. And I think that they did a good job of showing certain aspects of Wakanda. I think they did a better job with the politics of Wakanda rather than the setting. Because outside of
Yeah.
like Shuri's lab, I don't feel like we got enough. I wanted more moments in the marketplace. I wanted more moments just seeing how Wakanda. Show me a school. Show me what does Wakanda do different that makes it this wonder. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the tech was there, the culture, like the people were there, their ideologies, the politics was there. But I wanted more of the setting itself, and I think that was hard to do and hard to pull off when you have to also introduce. You want to also introduce all these other characters, and then you also have this villain that stands out so much. This villain who basically didn't get Wakanda, and his father was killed in front of him because his father wanted to bring Wakanda more to the world. And I think story-wise, plot-wise, the reason why at the end they start building schools and branching out and letting the world know that Wakanda exists, you know, like that we can help y'all. I think that's powerful. But again, like only now are they gonna get to. I don't know if you heard, Ruff. They're doing like they're doing the series that is gonna take place in Wakanda. I forgot what it's called, but that is gonna give us hopefully like snippets of everyday Wakandan life, and that'll flesh out the world, for the characters there. But I think that that's another thing that the movie didn't do enough of for me. But I mean, it's no slouch. I enjoyed the film. I respect your opinion. You're right. It is very hyped. But I also recognize that for a lot of people that were brought into the MCU because of it, I get why that would be their S tier, their best film. I get why it would be just off of the strength that it brought them in. I get that.
Yeah. And I would just say, just based off of that hype, you know how you brought up the box office earlier?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't even be mad if you used that as the reason to put it even an S.
Right.
Like
it did make a ton of money. Yeah.
Because it not only didn't make money, but just the cultural impact and just all the fandom that it brought to the MCU.
Yeah, you could literally go around the world right now and throw up the extra arms, and most people would probably know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, like how could
Yeah,
I forgot about that. And then just is this your king? Like that line alone. Oh my god.
Yeah, like, tons of lines, tons of memes from this. It had a huge cultural impact. Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther. Okay, so now we're moving on to the official third Avengers film.
Whew.
This one is a big one. And you talk about a movie with hype. We finally were able to see a character who was hyped from the end credits of the first Avengers film. Thanos. Thanos shows up. Thanos shows up with his Black Order. And we are introduced to the first truly big bad in the MCU. Avengers Infinity War is a movie where the heroes lose. But they lose in a way that's where Laker fans even cheered Tyrone Lue being stepped over. Like, they saw Thanos do his thing and they were like, he's kind of cool.
Yep. That's a bad mother effer.
This man just dusted away the characters on my t-shirt, but damn, he did it in style. I like this dude. Thanos Thanos was such a presence. You know, you had to top the first two Avengers movies. You know, you had to top it by bringing more, even more characters together, giving them this time not the first opening salvo, but the actual dude who was sending the Chitauri to the planet. You're bringing Thanos to the forefront, and this man got a chin that is recognizable from across the cosmos, and it was his chin was stuck out, asking somebody to punch it, and every hero took a swing and couldn't do it. Couldn't take him down, and Infinity War was just a great setup movie for what was to come in the next Avengers film. Infinity War, man, it just, I would say, not to the degree of Guardians, but it was risky. It was very risky for Marvel to tell this kind of story where, you know what, we're going to gather you in a theater, you and your kids, and the bad guy's going to walk away with the dub. That was a risk. A risk that, you know, Marvel fanboys like me and Fino remember was spoiled. We wanted to not believe it, but it was spoiled. Mark Ruffalo in that famous interview alongside Don Cheadle says, oh, everybody dies. And Don Cheadle looked at him like he was going to smack the freaking coins out his head. He was like, what? No. Like, and you know what? Even though that wasn't the case, everybody didn't die. But then, well, half everybody died. You know,
might as well have been.
Might as well have been. And it was a great film. I think that, quite honestly, you know, spoiler alert, I think Infinity War is the MCU's best film. I think it's their best one when you take into account just everything: character development, special effects, plot, score. You know, I feel like it's their best. It doesn't mean it's my favorite, and it doesn't mean it has the best moments, because I don't think we've even gotten to the best moment yet in the MCU. We're getting there, but Infinity War had a lot to hold up. It had the most hyped character in Thanos, and it delivered. It absolutely delivered. Had jaws on the floor, and Avengers: Infinity War, one of the strongest, one of the best MCU films to date. Fino.
Yeah, the way I'll say is like this: when you think about, if you ask someone what's the best movie, this is it by far. Not by far. I don't want to say by far, but it is, like, to me though, the definitive answer is everything you said. It is. I think the way I always pictured this. So I know we'll get to the next one, the next movie, but Infinity War it's not only the perfect setup movie, but it is the perfect. It has the highs, the lows. I mean, it starts off with Thanos just kicking ass.
Oh yeah.
Like that's he kicks Hulk's ass, Thor's ass.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
that is the
Avengers.
first 5 minutes they ruined Hulk.
Oh yeah, this is the downfall. This is where the downfall started. The Avengers went from we have a Hulk, you know what I'm saying, to this, where homeboy Hulk had to be saved by Heimdall's last breath.
It's so bad that those first 5 minutes oh man, we had Smart Hulk ever since. Oh god.
Yeah, he knocked the brains back into Hulk. The Hulk and Thor in Thor Ragnarok, one of the running jokes was how they log into the Quinjet that they find there, and the voice password strongest Avenger, you know, and us watching that as fans are like, yeah, they both got an argument for that. These guys are the strongest, but then like Fino, like you're saying, the first 5 minutes of Infinity War let us know that Thanos could have overrode that voice code
easily,
just by breathing on the mic. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, like he oh my god, what he does to them. And then what he does to poor Loki.
Yep.
Like it's just oh man.
He
And
snapped
then
Loki's neck so hard that he got 2 seasons out of Disney Plus from it.
it's really the emotions in that movie is so crazy. Like, of course, this could all. It was crazy though. In this movie, we have all dumbest thing that ever happened. It's kind of funny.
What
Your
is that?
boy Star Lord,
Oh yeah,
which is everything could have just been avoided.
If
But
only the Star Lord man child could have kept his emotions in check for 20 more seconds.
20 seconds, you know, that's the crazy thing. But I love the whole. I love that this movie had great comedy. It had great action. It had, I keep saying the highs and the lows because I mean we were totally happy with everything, all the fights and all that. But then towards the end of the movie, I don't think we were all like just mouth open and shocked that Thanos did what he did. He snapped,
Yep.
and you know, I, I mean, who didn't cry when Tom Holland is disappearing away? Like, I know that got me.
Yeah, all these characters that people fought for, seeing Bucky get snapped away in front of Cap, seeing
I don't feel so good.
should have aimed for the head, this man told him.
Like it's just and then
Should have aimed
I
for the
then we
head.
got the what was it, Drax? Wait, was that the one where it was like what was the quote?
I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora?
Yeah, why is Gamora? Yeah. Like, yo, it's so stupid.
No, my favorite line from my
Like, no,
favorite
you'll
line for this
totally die.
movie. Yeah, my favorite line for this movie is in that same vein. When the Guardians come in and Doctor Strange asks Star Lord, who was your leader or something
Who's
like that,
yeah, who do you
and he goes,
follow?
yeah, I forgot what he said. He says, "What am I supposed to say? Jesus?" Like,
Jesus.
like it's just it's so stupid.
Which Lord do you follow? Or
Yeah,
something. It
which
was
Lord do you
something like
follow? What am I supposed to say? Jesus? Yeah, that was so great.
He says, I'm from Missouri.
Yeah, yeah,
That's Earth, you idiot.
yeah. Yeah,
That
Infinity
whole
War.
interaction
Yeah,
is
Infinity
awesome.
War is so good. I think it's an easy.
Um,
This is easy. We know where this goes. This is
that's
look.
that
Infinity
whole
War is
thing.
so good. It had the S tier had to become bigger to fit it. You see what I'm saying? So there you go.
Yeah, like honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if you put it in its own. Like I don't even know what's above
If there was an
S. Like
SS tier,
SS, like
yeah,
Infinity War would be that movie that would be in there. It has some friends that I can argue would be in there. I think it has one friend for sure that could be in there. But that's the movie.
yeah.
And the fact that it was, we waited 10 years. It was the culmination of 10 years.
Between Avengers 1 and the tease of Thanos, Avengers 1 came out in 2012. And we didn't get Infinity War until no, it was less than 10 years, bro.
Well,
20,
no, 10
20
years for the whole MCU, I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, got you.
I think it was like 7 years from
I
Avengers
Yeah,
1.
like 6 or 7 years. Because Iron Man 1,
Yeah.
2008, and then Infinity War, yeah, 10 years, 2018.
So like that's crazy,
Yeah.
because it was after Iron Man 1 that we got like the tease to Avengers, right?
Yeah, with Nick Fury
Yeah,
showing up and all that.
right.
To go
Yeah,
from that to this.
right.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a huge
And
jump.
just the epic battle with everyone just joining together. We kind of got like a miniature of what we saw later on.
Yeah, Avengers Infinity War, I think was to put it in like comic book terms. For me, it felt like the first graphic novel.
Yeah.
The other ones might have been like solo issues, or maybe even a small little volume, a paperback volume. But Infinity War felt like one of them heavy ass graphic novels that paid off from page one to the end. So yeah,
Yep.
easy S,
Totally agree.
easy S. No arguments from me.
Yep.
All right, now this next one I'm going to admit, because it followed Infinity War, I think suffered even more than the criticisms I'm gonna levy against it. I mean, I feel like these two movies, well, Ant-Man and Wasp, it was very unfortunate that this is where it found itself. To follow up Infinity War with this movie, it just felt completely out of place. It felt weird.
Yeah.
And that just magnified the issues that a lot of people had with it. Already, I feel like, the Ant-Man franchise in the MCU is to me the worst. It's the
Yep.
worst one.
I agree.
And it sucks because Paul Rudd is very likable, but I if you're gonna follow up part one with this, it was very lackluster. They should have built up, do bigger heist. If you're gonna do an Ant-Man movie, you know what would have been really cool? I mean, this is probably out of pocket, brother. Have Ant-Man and the Wasp be about them trying to heist the stone away from Thanos. You never have to show Thanos. Just have them try to, I don't know, something. Put it on that type of scale, because that's what type of time we're on. But that's not the type of time Ant-Man and the Wasp was on.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't even remember this movie.
There you go. The Ant-Man and the
I,
Wasp,
like,
you got Ghost.
Was it a prequel to? I know it came after.
It happens before Infinity War. It has to.
That's what. Okay, that's what I thought I remembered that. So it's like, what was even the point? Like,
the ending,
was it just to introduce the Wasp?
Well, the ending of Ant-Man and the Wasp became important for an Endgame, because remember, at the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Homeboy gets stuck in the quantum realm, and the van that gets put away, and then
that's right.
So he doesn't get snapped away,
So this is how they were able to go back in time, or go
right,
back. And,
right.
Okay.
But still,
it had a role. Okay.
It did have a role, but the scale of the story that was being told in here, no pun intended, was way too small to be the next movie after Infinity War.
Yeah, but
that's why I'm saying, if it would have come out before, and if this movie was released before and still had the same ending, it would have hit harder in Endgame, because then we would have been like, oh wait, yeah, that's the fan, so he was in there the whole time, and you know what I'm saying?
But it's. I mean, we're anime fans. This was a filler. That had some canon stuff in it.
But most people
had 2
aren't.
minutes of canon.
Most people aren't. This movie really, to me, what it felt like was a movie that wanted to put Wasp on the same marquee level as Ant-Man. The title Ant-Man and the Wasp. Wasp was there the first time too, but the movie was just called Ant-Man. So adding the Wasp part was really strange. And then throughout the entire movie, Wasp shows herself to be a way more capable hero, and so it really felt like the Wasp and Ant-Man, which is not a problem if you want to feature the Wasp, but just overall, the film tonally, it was a weird follow-up. Thankfully, it still had the crew. It had Luis and company, be a part of the movie, and there was another wrap-up scene with Luis telling the story. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. But Ghost wasn't that memorable of a villain. Lawrence Fishburne being in there was cool, but don't really get to see him again, which is unfortunate. But this movie, very underwhelming, and that's due to the success of the Shadow was just too big. The Shadow cast was just too big after Infinity War, and just on its own, not that memorable. Not not much going on for me to give a shit about. To be honest.
Yeah, it's to the point I don't even have I wherever you rank it, just put it there. I'm fine.
Well, Ant-Man and the Wasp, if we're rating it against other MCU films,
You have to put. I
I
would say
I
you
would
have to say D.
no, I would make this the first F, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh, okay,
I'm gonna tell you
okay.
why. Because whereas Thor: Dark World, I made the argument that Loki at least was like good enough to keep it a tier above F.
Yeah,
There's nothing in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Nothing.
yeah. Luis isn't strong enough to
No,
do it.
he's
He had a
Luis is not Loki. Wrong L.
yeah,
You know, it's just
yeah.
it just and strangely enough, if I go back and watch this movie, it doesn't necessarily mean I know this might I'm putting it F tier because I'm tier listing the MC we're tier listing the MCU movies really against themselves. This
Mm,
movie is still probably better than like a bad DC movie or a bad, it's probably still better than that if I go back and watch it on its own. But compared to the other MCU films, if you talk about one you could just like copy paste out of there, or cut, out of there,
yeah.
this is one of them. Like this is really
No,
besides that ending that, you don't really need. You could just tell Endgame without that. I don't know. You don't really need. We need 4 seconds of this movie. That's all we need. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I agree. I totally agree with that. I would say F two then. Yeah,
So
because
Paul Rudd, I
it's
love you. I do. And she played Kate on Lost. And she's retired right now, supposedly from acting. Evangeline Lilly. I love her too. But yeah, this is.
I mean, honestly, she was probably the only reason I watched that movie. If I got to,
Yeah, Wasp. Like I said,
probably
Wasp kicked plenty of ass in this movie. But yeah,
'cause I think I
F.
was finishing Lost around then. So yeah, that's
Wow.
probably
So F tier. It's the first MCU F tier. We're agreeing on it. I don't
yeah.
even think if I gave all 6 stones, you could move that for me. All right. Speaking of stones, a hero powered by the space stone itself, Captain Marvel. Leave. Uh,
Oh, ooh,
Captain Marvel. This is one of the more controversial MCU films. I'm gonna be 100% completely honest. When I first heard that Kevin Feige said that the MCU's strongest hero is Captain Marvel, I did a triple take because in the comics, Captain Marvel certainly is a very powerful hero, is a capable leader, but nowhere near the strongest character, not even on like the Avengers, you know?
right, right.
But he said in the MCU. So right off the bat, I was like, okay, they want to set up this character as being the hero. And oh, is that JT? Is it what's up, JT? They wanted to set up Captain Marvel as being, the hero, and this film was the origin for not only Captain Marvel, but we also kind of got the origin for Nick Fury, which I think was long overdue in terms of where they could have done that. But they tied those two things together. And so Captain Marvel. I think whereas Black Panther is one of those movies I recognize where the hype comes from, I also recognize where the hate comes from for the Captain Marvel movie. I think it's the most overhated of the MCU movies, quite honestly, because it's not as bad as people say, but it's not as good. For me, it's clearly not as good as the MCU had hoped for. If you're gonna hype this character by saying they're the most powerful, then this movie should have been an absolute home run. This movie, they were obligated to make this movie one of their best ones, and it just wasn't. I thought it was okay. I thought the movie was
Yeah.
okay. Definitely, Carol Danvers had moments where you see just how strong she is, taking out warships, Kree warships on her own and stuff like that. Being directly powered from the from an Infinity Stone is cool, but then again, this is not even the first character that's powered by an Infinity Stone. We also have Vision, and Vision is powerful, but wasn't nobody talking about Vision being the most powerful hero on Earth? Whereas Captain Marvel off rip got her power from an Infinity Stone. She don't walk around with it the way Vision does. So I thought that was kind of odd, but whatever. Captain Marvel, Brie Larson, I think is overhated. I thought she actually was likable as Captain Marvel, and as a comic book fan, Carol Danvers is not even a likable character by her peers. Like, I remember in the comics for Civil War 2, I remember the comments that other heroes, Spider Man and other heroes, were making when they heard that Captain Marvel was going to be leading their team. They said nothing but respectful things about her capabilities as a hero. But they all pointed out the fact that she's a hard ass and she's not likable. Because Carol Danvers in the comics doesn't give a shit if you like her. She's militaristic and she's hard headed and stubborn, and she has her ways, and she knows that very few people could force her to do otherwise. But at the end of the day, she's not a likable character. So I think Brie Larson actually did a good job of making the MCU's Carol Danvers likable. But because they put the character in a position where some people felt they're forcing you to root for her, after we saw Thanos do what he did, we wanted some of our already known established heroes to be the ones to step up. To bring her from the outside and be like, no, she's going to be the answer, I think turned a lot of people off or put them off or raised their expectations unreasonably. So that's why this movie is judged as harshly as it is, and why Captain Marvel and Brie Larson are or have been so maligned. I think unfairly, but maligned, like online from people. So, Captain Marvel, like I said, I don't think it's as bad as people say. It didn't do enough for me the way it was positioned, but we're not talking F tier here, is what I'm saying. We're not talking Dark World. I'm not talking Dark World. I'm not talking F tier here. Uh, but it's definitely one of those movies that was underwhelming. Underwhelming. That's my take
Hmm. So it's I agree. I think it was underrated, but
on it.
it's
Okay.
not the most underrated movie in the MCU. But a lot of people didn't like it.
I said overhated, not underrated.
Well, I think it's underrated. I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I just want to be clear. I thought you thought I said it was overrated. No, I didn't say that.
Oh no, 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 no,
Okay.
no. I think it's underrated.
Okay.
Um, I'm not saying it's a top movie or anything like that. Um, a lot of people did not like it, and I think that's mostly because it was Captain Marvel. Like I still think that a lot of people didn't like because of like the female lead thing.
Yeah.
I always I kind of agree with. I think I forgot who said it. I don't know if it was Brie Larson who said it or it was just another actress associated with the movie said it, but I always felt like that had something to do with it. But the movie itself was actually fine. Like to me, I thought it was about an average movie, but maybe even you can even stretch it to above average. I would be fine with a C with it. It had moments. I would just say that probably her best moments just unfortunately wasn't in her movie.
Mm,
It happened in another movie that we'll talk about next.
we're getting to it.
That was probably her best moment, but I did like the interactions with, Nick Fury.
Yeah, I thought Nick
Super
Fury was great in this movie.
right.
I thought
I
it was
thought the
great.
cat was funny,
Oh, the flirking.
you know. Yeah. You know, I I thought it had good moments in there. and the villain wasn't bad either. Like it wasn't a bad villain.
Yeah, I don't remember the Kree soldier's the character's name. I know he was played by Jude Law.
It's the one that trained her.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying I don't remember
Yeah.
the character's name that Jude Law was playing, but I thought Jude Law did a good job.
Yeah, like I thought everyone did their job really well. I don't. What was her sister's name, or the best friend?
Oh, the one that ends up dying of cancer, right?
Yeah, like I
Uh,
thought she was fine. I thought the
the
daughter was
daughter was
fine.
adorable. Yeah, the daughter was adorable. The daughter who
So
would
like
later grow up to be Spectrum.
exactly. So it's like I thought everyone did their role fine. That's why I don't see, and I thought the story was pretty decent. Like it was, yeah, it had flaws, but it is what it is. I thought it was a fine movie. That's why I say it was underrated because I've heard people say this it was like straight terrible, and I don't get that vibe at all.
I
And I actually agree. I thought Brie Larson was good.
Yeah.
Like she came up as a very interesting, not I wouldn't say very interesting, but interesting character.
I thought she
And
gave a charming performance. I thought that her humor, just even her little smirks and smiles and all that.
yeah, I think that was her best part with the smirks and little thing.
Yeah,
It kind of
the conversation she
reminded me of
had,
the
yeah, outside
comic
of the
book version.
costume, the outside of the costume, not even using powers, just her back and forth with Nick Fury, I thought were great. I thought that was
Yeah.
really good. But
She's
overall,
she's always been entertaining every time she's
yeah,
up
yeah,
there.
I love Brie Larson. I love Brie Larson.
Yeah,
But
so
I agree with you. I think it's an average movie. You say it's underrated. I say it's overhated. I think it was fine. It is hurt though. I think we both agree by the fact that the villain isn't super memorable. We don't even remember the villain's name.
yeah, like he was fine, but he
but
wasn't nothing
but it wasn't the
special.
worst villain. It wasn't their worst villain.
Right.
Like definitely not their worst villain. I believe it or not, I would take Jude Law's character over Mads Mikkelsen's Caecilius because I expected more from a Mads Mikkelsen villain
Yeah.
than I do a Kree soldier, that Jude
And
Law's
at least
playing.
the story behind
Right.
Jude Law's character,
Right.
it kind of like
On this,
it was intertwined throughout the whole movie.
right. If you look at this tier, the C tier, and the villains, because again, I don't count Loki as a villain. They never wanted him to be a villain. They wanted us to love him from jump. So I don't even count
Right.
Loki as a villain in Thor. To be honest with you, I don't. But if you rank outside of Loki, ranking all the villains from the C tier, I don't even think it's a question. For me, like Jude Law, even I can't even remember his fucking name.
Yeah.
And I still feel like that villain was better than the other ones on this tier. But still, average, not terrible. People act like it's the worst thing in the fucking world. Some people, joke that this is the beginning of the MCU. This is the beginning of the
Yeah, that's
of
what
the,
I'm saying. I think
of the
that's
South
the
Park
reason why that
jokes.
movie gets a lot
Yeah.
of hate.
Yeah.
It's because it was a female-led movie.
Yeah.
And don't get me started on that because I'm not going to even get started.
I think that they could have. I know it sounds crazy, but they didn't have to. I don't think they had to tell people or say Captain Marvel's the strongest character in the MCU. I think if they would have shown more than tell, I think people would have came to that conclusion on their own, or they would have said, "Well, damn, she's pretty strong," on their own. And I think they might have liked her more. But like I said, the way that they positioned this movie, they put her. They were showing, highlights from her junior high and high school career. Unfairly. Like, just let us see her in the league. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they didn't have to hype her up as much as they did.
So let me ask you this then, because it's the next movie anyway. Then
Jan Rog, thank you, JT. That is the name of the villain, Jan Rog.
Does that mean like if her scene in the next movie had happened without that comment,
I would have absolutely understood it because she is a cosmic level hero.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't have had to have told me that. But what happens is then everything gets framed around that, and you're like, but wait a minute. Thor is wielding Mjolnir and Stormbreaker right now.
Right.
I don't even think she can pick up Mjolnir. Like I don't know if she can. You know what I'm saying?
No, she can.
She might be able to, but maybe not because she feels so guilty of the fact that she hasn't been back to Earth and she's been going around helping other people. You know what I'm
Didn't
saying? So
she? Didn't she pick it up?
no, no. When the hell?
Wait, why do I remember her picking it up in one of the scenes?
Absolutely not. The only people that picked up Thor's hammer, what, bro? In Endgame, it was Cap.
Yo, I swear I remember her picking it up in some
No,
way.
no.
Okay, maybe
You're
I
you're
okay.
remembering you're remembering Thor just saying that he likes her when they had like the meetings beforehand. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But she never picks up Thor's hammer. Only characters we've seen pick up Thor's hammer besides Thor are Jane Foster, Vision, and Cap.
Oh, you know what? That might be what it is. I might be thinking Jane.
Yeah, no, different blonde. All
Okay,
right,
got
so
you. Got you.
so Captain Marvel we have at C tier. Moving on to the next one. This one, I think, because it is by far the biggest movie in the MCU, the most ambitious film perhaps in the history of cinema, in terms of just scale, in terms of trying to culminate a more than 10-year collection of various franchises and putting them all into one ensemble movie. We'll discuss it after, but we know Endgame is in the S tier. There's not a movie in the history of Hollywood. And no, I'm not familiar with foreign films. For all I know, there's a Bollywood movie that does this too. I don't know. But Avengers Endgame is the closing of many, many storylines. It is the payoff of many different threads. And you got a story here that has some of the most exciting moments, some of the most memorable moments in the history of movie going folks around the world. Let's talk about Avengers Endgame, the second, no, the third actually, movie directed by the Russo brothers, who thankfully they've brought back to work on the next two Avengers films in the
Yes.
MCU.
Oh my god.
Whereas Thanos, or at least one Thanos, was able to sit victorious at the end of Infinity War. Endgame was the movie where the heroes tried to go back and make things right and end up fighting a variant of Thanos and taking him down at great cost. At great cost. Endgame. Um, I I love Endgame and I give it so much benefit of the doubt, overlooking any flaws it might have because of what it set out to do and how well it did it. You know, there is no movie like it. Yet there hasn't been a movie like it yet. I mean, um, and I just felt like it did things so well. Not everybody gets equal screen time. Obviously, it's impossible to do that. But I feel like the time that we do spend with the characters in this movie is just done so well. I feel like overall Infinity War is a better movie. Like it's just more solid. It was riskier, I feel. But Endgame delivered for so many. It gave us our first Avengers Assemble moment. Cap being standing alone against an army, an interstellar army with a broken, cracked shield. Probably with a concussion. Like Cap was not gonna pass the protocols for that next play. Let's just put it like that. If motherfuckers didn't pull up on his left through those portals, Cap was not going to pass the concussion protocols to take another snap. The only thing snapping was his arm, and he put that back in place when he gripped the strap and put the broken shield on it to more like a splint than any type of protection because Thanos tore through that shit. Endgame was such a fun movie. It deserved every penny that it made, and it really showed what you can do if you let a studio tell their stories and try to deliver for their fans a movie that will be remembered forever just because of how well it pulled off bringing the Avengers characters together, the MCU characters together, to fight against a villain that they did a great job developing and making us root for and against at the same time, which is hard to do. Fino, you agree with Endgame and S tier or what?
No, I mean honestly, I'm gonna use my one of my stones.
You gonna use a stone?
I'm using a stone right here.
I
You put
think
it in S tier. I think that's too low.
I think that you're gonna
I'm
make me
putting
do
this in.
this.
I'm putting this. I'm actually used both of my last two
Black
stones to put
Order,
Infinity
Admiral
War
Love.
and
We got a new low.
Endgame and put it in like 10S, the 10S tier. Like it needs its own tier.
I don't remember the color. There you go. I get what you're saying. There you go. Okay. It's getting
It's
its own tier. Okay. It's
yeah, like
purple for
it's that
Thanos.
it's
You
so
you
great. I
want to
do
do
agree
that?
with you when you say this.
You
Like
want to do
Infinity
that?
War
Look what I did for you.
overall was probably like it was overall like a better movie, but Endgame is always going to be the movie.
Right.
It's
I
going
get
to
it.
be the one that we all like gravitate to
Yep.
because of all the great moments. It's to the point where like I I think I've watched like the final battle like at least 50 times. I'll just turn on the movie and go straight to there and just watch that. Just right before we get the epic line of Avengers Assemble from Cap. And you hear Falcon saying on your left, and just you slowly see everyone returning with Black Panther and Shuri, and then you got Spidey and Doctor Strange and Wong and all these people just showing up.
Yeah.
And I to this day, like I still remember that moment, you
Yeah.
know. And then of course later on in the fight, you see Cap. Uh, we just talked about pick up Thor's hammer.
Yep.
Like that scene alone had the crowd going crazy.
For sure.
Like I think that was probably like the first, maybe like the first time I went to a theater and like a reaction. I actually got a reaction like that. Like that, it was so freaking memorable, top to bottom. And then I mean, of course, we can't talk about this movie without talking, of course, about the end. The Iron Man, love you 3000. Like it's
I am Iron Man. Yep. That moment, iconic.
it's that sad moment, and Spidey's with him. Like it's oh man,
Yeah.
they reunite. It's crazy.
Yeah. That
I,
moment
I
got me the first 4 times I watched it. I couldn't. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Got me teary eyed the first 4 damn times I watched it in theaters.
it's just so many, and then just the fight, the moments in the fights too. Like I just thought it was cool. I love Spidey had his moment. It was only a couple minutes, but I mean, he had big moments in the fight. Black Panther had some moments in the fight.
Yeah.
We just talked about Captain Marvel. She had done that prior to them making the comments about her, but she was excellent in there. I even like the whole she movement when they had like all the women.
I thought
I
that was
like that
cool
scene.
too, but I'm gonna say this. That moment felt it was funny because there's two moments like that, right? There's the one where Scarlet Witch comes in to help in the fight in Wakanda. She comes in to help um, Black Widow and who else does she come in to help? I forgot. She comes in to help. Oh, was it Okoye? Yeah, I think it was Okoye and Black Widow, and then
Yeah,
Wanda come
they tag teamed.
right, and then Wanda comes in to help finish off Proxima Midnight,
Yeah,
and that moment was cool, but that moment felt more organic, if that makes sense, than the whole. And the moment you're referring to in Endgame when we see all the female heroes together, that moment felt felt like a photo op. You know what I mean?
It
Like
was.
I
It
felt
was
I
forced.
wish it felt more natural. Is what I'm saying. Not as forced. That one
Right,
I
yeah.
have to say
It was
felt
definitely
a little
forced.
forced. I love all those characters, but it just that moment just felt a little bit like you know like a photo op. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't know. I wish it felt more natural. And
yeah.
maybe that's me. I don't know, but I think a lot of people felt that way though. That
No, no, it was definitely a forced moment. It was definitely a forced moment. The whole thing. I just I don't know, but the thing about it, like, even it had its dumb parts. Like the whole Doctor Strange thing was dumb. With he just stops the water. His job is to stop the water from
yeah,
flooding.
my man was doing the most to stop water. How you gonna tell me it's
But-
easier to stop Dormammu than like some water, bro?
Yeah, like it was dumb. But you know what? Like
You
I don't even
turned
care.
the shrapnel of a planet into butterflies, but some water puts you on the sideline for like the whole fight.
He's able to get the whole world to stop to never remember who a person is.
Right.
But he can't stop some water. But you know what? It's all good. Like you could have put Wong on that job while you
That's what
fight.
I'm
Like
saying.
I'm just saying. But you know what? I don't even care. Like I really don't. That movie was just epic. I love every part of that movie. Um, yeah, just everything. The whole build up to the epic fight. That's all we wanted. And I even like the fact that Thanos looked good in it too. With him fighting Thor and Cap and Iron Man just being their asses, like that whole scene, just
Yeah.
everything. Everyone had moments, and it was the perfect conclusion to the Infinity Phase or whatever they call it.
Yeah, the Infinity Saga or whatever.
Saga, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, Endgame, you know, it didn't originate the circulation of like theater going fans reactions, like the fan reaction at theaters. It didn't start that, but it definitely put that on another level. And it's what other movies try to imitate when they show audience reactions. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't the first movie to do it, but it was the one that hit the hardest when they did it. They still to this day, the MCU still uses as promotional material just fan reactions watching Endgame in the theaters. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
they use that as official promotional material because it was such it was so visceral and so many people went to go watch it and so many people were invested that it I would say I guess it popularized and try to get people to copy capturing those audience reactions. Endgame, I no argument for me. You want to put a SS tier, you want to sure, and if you look at it, look at the movie poster, all these motherfuckers is looking up, and I don't know why what because Endgame was as good as you could have hoped for. It's not a perfect movie. There's definitely flaws with it. JT in the comments is talking about Pepper Potts and the Iron Man suit was kind of cheesy. Not gonna lie, you know,
hmm
I I thought it was cheesy that they never referred to the fact that she had those powers after Iron Man 3. I forgot what the name of the thing was. In the comic books, it was a whole storyline, but whatever.
And
Uh,
why did man? I'm just last thing for me. Black Widow didn't have to die, man. Okay.
no, and she died before she got her movie off, which her movie should have come out. We haven't gotten to it yet. She was a big enough character. Her movie could have came out way before it did. Like that movie should have been made, or a Black Widow movie should have been made way before, or at the very least, do a Black Widow Hawkeye movie together. They were the only two. They were the only two Avengers main characters that hadn't had their own movie,
Yeah,
and they
we
had
should.
that running joke with Budapest, and like they had
Yeah, I was gonna say
that mission.
that was the movie we should have got. We never
Yeah,
got the Budapest
we
movie,
definitely
so
should have gotten that movie, and I even go as far as to say Captain America 3 could have been that movie and make Civil War its own movie. Like Civil War should have been its own event, make it bigger, you know what I'm saying? That could have been Avengers 3. Like you said earlier. But we could have got a Black Widow Hawkeye movie that early. For sure. They were known. And if you're going to roll dice on Guardians, at least, you know, the movie going audience knows who Black Widow is. Scarlett Johansson is a bigger movie star than anybody that was in Guardians.
Yeah, I was gonna say her alone would get people there.
Right. And Jeremy Renner had already been in a Bourne Identity movie, right? He had already been in a Bourne movie.
Yeah.
My thing is, if you would have just made Bourne 2 and give him a bow and arrow, you know, bow and some arrows, a quiver full of arrows, then there you go. They definitely deserve that. But
Yeah.
you know, we'll get to Black Widow when we get to Black Widow. But I agree with you. She didn't have to die. But then again, there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff with her not being happy with Disney and the contracts and stuff like that.
I get it, but
You know,
still, she
Black
needs to
Widow
be
had
in
a
that
good
woman.
one, and at least we got Yelena. I love Florence Pugh's Yelena Below.
I'm curious what you're gonna say about that movie.
Oh,
I'm so curious.
We'll get there. All right. Next movie up is the second standalone Spider-Man movie. No Way. No, sorry. Far From Home.
Far From Home. Yep.
This is Spider-Man Far From Home. And this is where I'm going to bring up some of the issues that I feel like kept Homecoming back a little bit. It just was turned up to the max in this movie. And I didn't recognize it when I saw the first movie as much as I did when the second movie came out. So what am I talking about? Is Tom Holland likable in this film? Absolutely.
Mhm.
You got Sam Jackson in this movie, even though he's playing a Skrull who is acting as him. You know, the point is Nick Fury in some capacity is in this movie, right? You got more building up with MJ and Ned and Peter. I like that. You get to feature even more of the students and the teachers of his school, and that's funny. It's a little world building for it. And the villain Mysterio is one of the better, I would say, one of the better MCU villains.
Yes.
I really enjoyed Jake. I always pronounce his last name wrong. Gyllenhaal. It's one of those. Gyllenhaal. I love Mysterio. I thought that their take on it was great. Him having a whole team of Tony haters was funny. All trying to get revenge because Tony had screwed them in one way or another. And this being the post Tony sacrifice movie that made that was the pettiest of petty as you can be. You know?
Yep.
This guy saved the whole reality, and you're like, yeah, but he fired me. So fuck him. I like the first Spider-Man movie more than this movie, but let me get to it. I've teased it enough.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
This
wow.
movie,
Okay.
this Spider-Man in the MCU from Civil War onward was so tied to and ingrained with Tony Stark that I hadn't really noticed it until this film. So I was kind of torn. Whereas I felt Peter's loss because hell, I cried, grown adult, in the audience when a fictional character died. I felt it when he's looking at the mural, you know, in the scene in Far From Home. But I didn't realize. I want to say his growth as a character was kind of stunted, being so closely tied to Tony Stark. Our MCU Spider-Man off rip, starting off essentially with Iron Man suits. It kind of I didn't realize how far from no pun intended. I didn't realize how far from the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man street level grounded type of hero I associate Spider-Man to be for the most part. I didn't realize how far from that we were until this movie, which relies almost entirely on his relationship with Tony, the technology. You know what I'm saying? It in a way, I feel like that weakens this movie. This movie is not where we get to see Peter distinguish himself enough. We get that later, but I didn't get enough of that here. Is what I'm saying, and
Well,
that's my
don't
point.
you think that was kind of the point though? Because one, you look at the name. Yes, I think the name had it was like a triple entendre in a way. Like it was far from home because yes, it did not take place in New York. It was in
So in Europe,
London, France, Europe. It was in Europe.
Venice, were they in Venice? I think a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And like so it was away from home, okay. But it was also far from home because of just the fact that he's not a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I mean, it was to the point where we had we had Black Spidey. I forgot the name they had in there.
Oh,
They-
Night Monkey.
Night Monkey. Like he was so away from his environment that he had to literally grow up. I mean, he literally grew up in this movie. It took Happy to get him there towards the end, but he did he learned his whole, he became Spider-Man, and yes, he did lean on Iron Man and Tony Stark to be better. He thought he had to be a certain image because he was, an Avenger, right?
Yeah,
But
honorary
it
Avenger.
wasn't really until Tony was gone that he was like, I gotta like really become a hero. Like he didn't really become a hero until Tony was gone. Happy helped him get to that point with that speech towards the end, and it kind of he had to take that next step. This movie helped him get to that next step that he can eventually take in his third one. Like the final step is what he took in the third one. But I think this was a great movie because it pushed him to that level that now he could fend on his own.
I mean, yeah, I agree. That was the point of the movie, but what I'm saying is, I didn't. I'm not. I mean, you have to do your own take on Spider-Man. I understand for the MCU. I was just the attachment and the relying on Tony so much in the origins of this Spider-Man. I didn't realize how heavy it was relying on that until this movie. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think with Spider-Man, it's more of the long run. It's I get where you're going. Like I understand your stance on it. But I think that the way that they made the first movie, they made the second one, and of course the way the third one is, he's on this journey, and I think he was away from home so much, away from home, and I'm putting quotes on that,
Yeah,
that now he is home in the fourth one, eventual fourth one, where he is going to be that street grounded one, the one that you want.
yeah.
And I think that this was a step to getting there, and that's why I thought this movie was so great. Especially now seeing the third one and knowing what happens there, I
So,
think it all makes sense. Like
uh,
the whole trilogy to me now makes sense.
as a trilogy, very strong. I think very strong.
So where do
Um,
you put it?
I still have this as a B personally. Uh, I think like I said, I like the first one better, and that's probably because it was more grounded. But the second movie, I don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, but it's still the shadow of Tony was very large, and yes, I get narratively why that made sense, but at the same time, 2.5 movies in, I kind of wanted more of that separation. I wanted more of that,
I don't know.
and
I think that you're
personally,
expecting too much right after the loss of Tony. Like it was literally this was the movie right after,
this
right?
this was the
Endgame.
movie where we were supposed to mourn Tony together. This is the movie because this is the movie that actually ends that phase. You know, this is the
Right,
movie
and that's
where
what I feel like he
collectively,
did.
yeah, and maybe and is that unfair? Probably, but
And
I
because there was no character
if
in the
if anything,
MCU
if anything,
besides Cap
you
that
know
probably
what?
related to Tony Moore,
You know
connected
what?
to Tony Moore.
You know what? Looking at this actually makes me feel more comfortable. That makes me feel more comfortable to do. Because like I said, I enjoyed the first one more than the second. I think both films are good.
Yeah.
But that actually makes me feel more comfortable personally. I would do A for Homecoming, and then for me, B for this.
All right, well then can I use my stone?
Well, you got one left.
Wait, what was the second one for?
Well, you used one to move Civil War up,
Yeah, to S tier, yeah.
and
What was the
then
second
and
one?
then you used another to create an entire tier for
Oh, that
Endgame.
counted?
Oh
Oh.
yeah, because I had it at S. Okay, so you got
Oh,
one more. Are you sure
I didn't
you
know
can
that
hold on
counted.
to it? Maybe later on you can come back and revisit this one. You can hold on to it.
Oh, oh God, I didn't know I didn't know you counted that because
You're
if
damn
anything,
right I did. You created a
oh
whole
man, so you're
freaking
really
tier.
okay. Can I? So you say I can go back, right?
No, I'm saying, yeah, you can hold that stone. We can go back before we close the stream.
Okay,
And
because
if
I want to know where you're gonna put the third one. So I'll wait.
okay,
Let's go.
all right. Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more movies to go. I did not
Yeah.
expect this to be a 3-hour freaking stream, but you know what? That's the trajectory we're headed in. Okay. Next movie starts off what I like to say is a very rocky uh the MCU at this point, I mean, it gets a little shaky. Um, doesn't mean there aren't highs, but it gets shaky. A lot of people started losing confidence in the MCU going forward. But we finally got the Black Widow film. The Black Widow movie. I don't remember if this movie. I think this movie was streaming only, right? I don't think this movie went into theaters because of COVID.
Right, I
I
believe
I,
so.
I think this movie might have been a Disney Plus only type of deal.
Yeah, it was because that's what caused the whole lawsuit.
Right. So Black Widow was a Disney Plus only film. That hurts it. That's unfortunate. Um, you know, because it probably would have made more money in the box office than whatever money it generated. Um, being a Disney Plus only release, a digital release only. I I enjoyed the Black Widow movie overall. Like I enjoyed the film, but the movie was not good enough for me to get over the fact that, as I've mentioned previously, it was several years too late. Now there are certain things that this movie does that I like. There's certain things that this movie does that I didn't like. But Black Widow getting her own film, that should have happened way before, you know, it did. And I feel like her being dead, the character herself being dead in the mainline MCU made this film very anticlimactic. And like I said, it wasn't good enough to shake me from that. Very good cast for many of the roles here. Rachel Weisz in there, Florence Pugh, homeboy from Hellboy, but most like Stranger Things, playing Red Guardian. I'm sorry that I'm forgetting his name right now.
David, is it David Harbaugh or something? No,
David Harbour.
somewhere.
Yeah, something like that.
Harbor,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then of course Scarlett Johansson herself as Black Widow. You know, she's always been likable and cool, and that's why it's a shame she didn't get this movie earlier. I was not happy with how they handled Taskmaster. I really like Taskmaster. I have a couple of comics of Taskmaster myself. Talk about a relatively obscure character that not a lot of people know about. I don't mind that they made Taskmaster a girl, but they Taskmaster's. I'll say this: him being from the Bronx is very important to me because that attitude, that upbringing, is very much central to his character and how he goes about things and why he goes about things. I've mentioned that Fino is the co-host, co-creator of the Ring Champs podcast. Link is in the chat. I've mentioned that in many ways, Taskmaster is a fusion of the Brooklyn Brawler and the Blue Laser in the Marvel universe. Brooklyn Brawler in that he's a scrapper, he might be a jobber, you might get over on him. He's expected to lose. But Blue Blazer in that he'll pull off moves from people you don't expect. Because not a lot of people knew that the Blue Blazer, am I not mistaken, wasn't that Owen Hart, late great?
Correct.
Right, so Blue Blazer sometimes will pull off moves from other wrestlers or from Owen Hart that people didn't know that was Owen Hart and be like, oh snap. Taskmaster is very much the same thing. He pulls off moves from heroes that he copies, villains that he copies. He can copy almost any style of fighting, almost any physical feat that doesn't require super strength or superhuman abilities. He can copy almost anything. But he's a scrapper, and his humor and his motivations are very much tied to the fact that he knows he's from the Bronx. He knows that people underestimate him. And you know what? He'll still scrap with Cap, knowing that this is a symbol of freaking peace. This is the all might of the freaking Marvel universe. He'll scrap for him because you know what? He got bills to pay, and they gave him a paycheck to be a mercenary in that moment. You know what I'm saying? He's like that, and they completely stripped that away. Gave us a character called their Taskmaster essentially, and I wasn't happy with that. But the rest of it, especially a highlight being Yelena. I love Yelena Belova's character. I love what they did with her in this film. I love what they did with her in Hawkeye. I love the fact that she's potentially going to be like the lead in the Thunderbolts film. That actress is charismatic enough, likable enough, and you know what? Having the ties to Black Widow should have the chops to be able to be a part of any team in the MCU, and you know you'll enjoy when she's on screen. Very likable. So Black Widow, you know, that's my take on the movie. You know, you want to give your take on it before we settle on where we're putting it, or you want me to put it somewhere first before we talk about it?
You can place it.
I placed it.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
I have it as a C tier film. Average. And it's mostly if it would have come out, if the same movie would have came out 3-4 years prior, I'd have it at B easily. If it came out 6 years earlier, I'd have it higher than that probably.
Okay, sorry. I have the video is a little delayed, so I didn't see where you placed it. I personally have it at a B. I think this is absolutely the most underrated movie in MCU.
Okay.
Like by far, it's the most underrated.
Okay.
I love everything about this movie. I love the interactions. The only bad part about this movie was Taskmaster. The way they did Taskmaster was dirty.
I mean, yeah.
But other than that, every character was awesome. Yelena, they were Hardball, Guardian, everyone. It doesn't matter. Everyone was amazing. And to me, I would even I can't go that far because of Taskmaster. I can't make it an A, but I would say B for sure.
Well, okay. I respect your take. JT in the comments says Black Widow is like an A.
Yeah, see, I agree with that.
This is what when I look at the B tier movies and I look at the C tier movies, I can definitively and easily say, oh nah, Black Widow is better than every one of the other C tier movies. I can say that.
Yeah, by far.
I could say that it's personally. I could say it's better than. Maybe I could say it's better in some respects to some of the B tier movies. Not better than all of them. And I'm being honest about it. I'm putting it there because I feel like it was very anticlimactic. There was very little stakes in the movie since she was already dead. The
Yeah,
villain,
but I
at
think the fact that it built everyone, it built the others. So she kind of like sacrificed herself in the movie to build
so
the
she
others.
sacrificed herself twice. That's fucked up. That's messed up.
I know, but I mean,
I mean, I'm
that's
not
what
saying you're wrong. I'm just, I don't know. What
like
I'm saying
I
is this
feel like
movie would be the highest of the C tier movies for me. So it would be like C plus. It would be the highest for me. Listen, you have a stone left. We can come back. If you feel more
no,
strongly,
no, I'm not gonna use my stone on Black
hey,
Widow.
your
I'm just
words were
saying
it's the most underrated movie. Maybe you feel
it
like
is
that.
the most underrated because
Okay.
I've seen people say this movie was terrible, and
No,
I
I have
have
it at
it.
average.
No, no, I said people. I didn't
Yeah,
say
yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'm
I'm
just saying.
saying, I agree with you.
I have it like honestly though, I can argue A, but I agree with JT. I can argue A,
Sure,
but
you could.
I would put it at B.
Okay. Just I'm gonna remind you one more time. You have one
I have a
Infinity
stone.
Stone left. And
I
you know
got you.
what? If at the end of the day this is the one that bothers you the most, then you move it.
No, I think you're gonna piss me off later, so I'm gonna save it.
Hopefully I will. Moving on. Now we're getting to a film that surprised a lot of people with both the quality and the performance at the box office. This is a film that was almost another digital only release, but came at a point during the pandemic that they were able to get it to be released in theaters as well. Of course, I'm talking about Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Shang-Chi was, with all due respect to the cultural history of the character, with all due respect to the ethnicity of the actors, with all due respect to all of those things, Shang-Chi was what I was hoping, probably beyond reason, what I was hoping Iron Fist would be when they introduced him in the Dike not MCU kind of MCU Netflix stuff. A capable martial artist with somewhat mystical abilities as well incorporated into it. Um, there's somewhat of a fish out of water aspect to the character because they get introduced to these realms that they weren't aware of that existed. These artifacts with capabilities that they were not aware existed. Elements of supernatural tied, of course, into Chinese mysticism, cultural stuff, and of course MC mumbo jumbo that they just create to whatever. Shang-Chi was a very enjoyable film. I think some people overrate it. I think that some people overrate it a little bit um, because it has such good action scenes. It's not a movie that surprises you as you're watching it. Like nothing in the plot is going to surprise you or catch you off guard. Nothing is revolutionary there. They do bring back Ben Kingsley's character, Trevor Slattery, the actor guy. They do bring him back and give him more purpose than his original purpose in Iron Man 3, which is funny. Uh, I think that, you know, given was it Aquafina? That's the name of the actress, Aquafina.
Correct.
Giving Aquafina, the bow and arrow stuff, and I mean it's funny. It doesn't feel very earned because there was no ties at all to her having any martial arts experience or anything. So that was kind of odd, but overall they're a likable duo. Wong showing up at the end is funny. The bus scene, one of the better fight scenes in all of the MCU. The villains were his dad as a villain was cool. Not being the main villain though, it was that dragon entity type thing. Uh, Not dragon entity, whatever that demon, whatever you want to call it, that was behind that sealed wall. And special effects were really good in the movie. I enjoy Shang Chi. It's been a. I feel like they've waited way too long to give us more. To be honest, but yeah, I Shang Chi is what Iron Fist, what I was hoping Iron Fist would be. It gave me the same feelings that I was wishing, that I hoped they could achieve with that other character, but they hit a lot of the notes here. A lot of potential for this franchise. I would say in terms of, you know, franchises in the MCU. I don't know if any of them have more upside than Shang Chi. To be honest, um, I'm not saying they can't hit higher notes, but I'm saying that Shang Chi, as a baseline, set itself up that the next Shang Chi appearance of him, I think could be really great. Like it could show in terms of not most improved because that's not fair. But what I'm saying is in terms of quality from 1 to 2, I think it has like a huge potential. So that's cool. Shang Chi was a highlight in what overall you're gonna see. There's a lot of lowlights in this phase of the MCU. Fino, your take?
Yeah, no, I thought Shang-Chi was a good movie. I wouldn't say it was overrated. I wouldn't say it's underrated. I thought it was just thought it was rated really well. I would say it's definitely above average, so I would say it's a B. I thought it was funny. The origin story was fun.
Yep.
I like that they brought back the fake Mandarin. Like I thought that was pretty cool. Um, yeah, it was just a very entertaining movie. Aquafina was I thought was good. The fighting, I mean, was top tier. So definitely the bus scene that was amazing.
Yep.
So yeah, I put this at a nice B for
I
sure.
I agree. B tier is where I have it as well. Um, it is above average for sure. Uh, the actor that plays Shang Chi, Simu Liu, I think his name is something like that. I, I
Simu Lu.
apologize if I'm getting that wrong, as well as any other name.
Simu Liu or Lu,
Yeah,
but I know
he's
Simu.
great, very likable, very charismatic, and believable in the role. Like him pulling off the martial arts stuff is dope.
Yeah,
Really liked him, and I just like bring. I need more. I need more from at least him. I don't give much of it. I don't care about the rest of them. I need more Shang Chi. Like quick, put him in stuff.
yeah. I fear we won't see him until just the Avengers. That's
And
just my
that's
fear.
that's a shame. But who knows? Could he show up in a Daredevil episode? I don't know. I doubt it, but who knows? Shang Chi, above average MCU movie, definitely a good start for that franchise. Moving on, Eternals.
Oh, that's the next one. Okay.
Eternals is the next one, my friend. Now,
I ain't got. I'll be honest with you. I ain't got much to say. So you
okay,
can put it where
that's
you
fair.
want.
But he's forcing
Not
you,
that it was a bad movie. I just didn't care about it.
and you know what? I mean, this is a movie that should have been a series. I think it will function much better as a series. And you talk about a movie that has so much going for it, but it feels wrong place, wrong time. It just the Eternals tries to give us some lore, and I don't think that's a bad idea. I think, yeah, you want to go back to the root and origins of stuff that the ancient one was trying to explain to Hulk as he negotiated for the stone. You want to talk about stuff that precedes even the vibranium being introduced into Wakanda. Stuff like that. The meteor hitting them. That's cool. All that is cool. But the movie just didn't go hard enough in the paint for me. The villains were not. I mean, betrayal ended up being the biggest villain here, right? Icarus betrays them,
I guess.
I guess,
I'll be
right?
honest. Like I said, I don't really care about
Yeah,
it. The only
but
thing I'm gonna say is thank you for The Animanium. That's all that's I mean that's really all I'm gonna say.
The special
Just
effects were very good. Um, Icarus looked cool flying around, shooting beams from his eyes. Uh, it had a great cast, like for sure. But
oh yeah, it had my baby.
Salma Hayek is in
Penelope
this
Cruz.
movie. Angelina Jolie is
No,
in
no,
this
Salma
movie.
Hayek. That's what it was.
Angelina
I always
Jolie's in this
confuse her with
movie.
Penelope.
Rob Stark plays Icarus. John Stark is in this. He plays who would have been Black Knight. I'm dropping the name of the actress who plays Cersei. She's like the main character too. I apologize for that, but this movie has a good cast. But my thing is that I didn't feel like Marvel was as invested in this movie as they could have or should have been for two reasons. One, that celestial that they prevented from being born, being stuck in the ocean. I mean, that's a huge event that has had no payoff and won't have a payoff until the
The
release
next
of
movie.
Brave New World, Captain America Brave New World.
Yeah.
And that's too big of a gap for that big of a moment. I understand this movie was constructed during or around COVID times, so that could have messed with productions and plans and the interconnectivity of the story that was so strong with the earlier and mid parts of the MCU's history. But this movie just felt so detached from everything else. It never felt connected. This movie should have tied the binds together of so many things in the MCU. They really could have had the Eternals as characters be in the background of some established major MCU events, influencing things that, like I said, like the meteor coming to Wakanda, uh, just a bunch of things, a bunch of things they could have been behind the scenes of, and they weren't, and it was kind of bland, and it felt safe. It was one of those examples of a MCU project that I feel like they should have rolled dice, and they played it safe. And so Eternals for me, even though it has so much on paper that should go in its favor to be a great movie or even a good movie, I feel like it was below average. It's I I can't say it's as bad as Dark World. I won't say it's as bad as Dark World, but it's still, for me, a D tier movie in the scheme of the MCU and the landscape. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, I would put it at a D only because I would put Thor at F. But so it was a D for me anyway, so that works.
Yeah, Eternals. I mean, with a cast like that, you know, and then that's a movie that with the post credit scene teases some, a little bit of lore with Thanos' origins, perhaps because they bring in his sibling. Um, we should have gotten this. If they were gonna do something else with this show, they should have been did it. Should have been
Was
did it.
that the one also that we got John was it John that
Yes,
got the blade?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
That's
and
what I
and they did
that's what I
nothing with
remember.
that. So
And then
this,
and then Blade is actually in there too. Well, he
yeah, his
speaks.
voice, the voice of Mahershala Ali is there as Blade.
Yeah.
And his
Oh,
presence there,
we'll get that next year maybe.
maybe,
Still scheduled.
still it's been a long time, and because it's taken so long for them to follow up on this, it makes it for the same reason that I knock Black Widow, I knock Eternals because they haven't. Whereas everything else sticks somewhere in the puzzle, Eternals feels like it's the frame and barely that,
Yeah.
barely
I
that.
feel you. I feel you. I
So
feel you.
it doesn't feel like part of the picture. Okay, moving on to the third Spider-Man home movie. So I guess completing the trilogy of Spider-Man films up to date, MCU Spider-Man films to date. We have Spider-Man No Way Home.
You might as well just go ahead and put it where it needs to be. Go ahead and put it in the right spot.
Spider-Man No Way Home is a movie that, much in the tradition that Marvel has done with Endgame and the audience reactions, it's one of those movies that could market itself on that alone. the rumors circulating around this film were many, and it's unfortunate that that was the case. So for a lot of us going into this movie, we knew what we were getting, and even though we knew what we were getting, I think that most people would say that it still hit.
Oh, you damn right it did.
It still hit,
Damn
and
right.
what I find amazing about this movie, which not a lot of people talk about because maybe they don't feel all the same way, but I feel like one of the things this movie was able to do was, even though it relied heavily on nostalgia cameo type stuff by bringing in, you know, Alfred Molina's Doctor Octopus, bringing in Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, Jamie Foxx's Electro, um, the guy that played the Lizard, I forget his name.
Sandman.
Even though they brought in, obviously Andrew Garfield's Amazing Spider-Man, and they brought in Tobey Maguire's original Spider-Man from the Sam Raimi trilogy. This movie relied so much on nostalgia, but even though it did rely on nostalgia and cameos for the big moments, I still felt like they did a great job of making Tom Holland, the MCU's Spider-Man, like
The star.
increasing him and growing him as a character. The growth
Yep.
that I saw in this movie is what I wanted to see more of in the second film, in Far From Home. Um, and really disagree on the timing of when that happened, but I love where this movie leaves Tom Holland. I love that it sets him up to finally take to the streets with all that he's learned. Um, I love that he goes back to the simplistic costume, the more comic grounded, no Stark
Hmm.
Tech, costume, the one where bullets will hurt costume type of thing. I
Yep.
I like that a lot, and for what it's worth, this movie had stakes because Peter is forgotten. Like Spider Man is forgotten. Um, no, rather Peter's forgotten. Spider Man's not forgotten. Peter Parker's forgotten by the people he loves and cares about, and it's a. I think that leaves off at a great spot for him as a character. Great action. I thought the pacing was good. Um, Spider Man No Way Home. I think it's the best of the three Spider Man MCU films, and I think that's not just because of the cameos, not just because Wong and Stephen Strange are there, and no, just the strength of the entire movie. Really cool. It
So
was a
where
lot
you
of
put
fun.
it?
Oh, you don't want to talk about it first?
Where do you put it?
You sure you don't want to talk about it first?
Where do you put it? Remember, I'm on a delay, so
It's an S tier for me. Um,
okay. All right. I just wanted to. I didn't know if I needed to change my
and
argument.
I'm gonna tell you,
That's
I'm gonna
all.
tell you the final reason it's an S tier for me is because even though, like I said, we knew a lot of what because of leaks and stuff. Even though we knew a lot going into the film, they still pulled it off. And this is as close as a fan, this is as close as I felt we. I think that we're gonna get of Disney and Marvel being able to get Spider-Man back, from Sony, because we got
Mm,
so much Spider-Man going on in here. So it's S tier for me
yeah.
because it had so much of what felt like the impossible in it. And yeah, it's a good film, good comic book movie. If you ignore the flaws and the logic of some of the stuff going on in it, uh, it was nice to see some of the old villains come back too. And Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin is, if you didn't already consider him an iconic Marvel villain before, is tremendous in this movie. So, Fino, I
Yeah.
know you love Spider Man,
That's
so what do you want to say about this film?
yeah. Just first off, we're gonna start it off with a rest in peace on May.
That's right.
Um, that that moment was that was the moment right there. But um, yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, it goes back to what I said during the second one. When you got that ranked wrong. it was all about story. I bring back my wrestling ties real quick. A lot of fans today, they like to see stories be rushed. They took their time. They built them up in the first one, introduced us. He grew up a little bit in the second one, and the third one, he finally reached our full, grown potential of where Spider-Man is going to be in the future of the MCU. This movie was amazing. You mentioned all the cameos, all the combination of characters. I thought each person had a great moment. At the same time, they allowed Tom Holland to be the star. I love Ned's scenes. I love MJ scenes, especially when he was able to do the whole Doctor Strange thing, portal thing. I forgot what you call it, but whatever. Uh, I just loved every moment. Even the grandmother had a shot moment,
Ah, that
with the
that's
whole
grandma.
with the webs and stuff. Um, and then just I still to this day, get goosebumps. Like I feel like I'm the Rock when he comes outside and he enters into the arena and all the crowd is chanting his name. I still get goosebumps every time I see, Tobey Maguire walk through and you see Andrew Garfield walk through the portals. I still get that feeling. Like I'm starting to get them now just thinking of 'em. Just iconic moment. Just it was just truly iconic in cinema history. And it should be remembered to the end of time. This was an S tier movie. It is my favorite movie in MCU.
Ah,
I
this is
have it.
this is your favorite movie in MCU.
This is my favorite movie.
Okay.
Um, and I mean, it's top three for me, like just in overall movie. So that's just how great this movie was. It hit every mark, everything it needed to do, it did. And I think when you do that, I don't care about the plot holes and all that other BS. I don't really care. It was to me basically a perfect movie. So it's a S.
Yeah. Spider-Man: No Way Home is yet another high point in the MCU. But like I said, this phase full of mixed results. Moving on to the next movie, the movie where Doctor Strange once again is get well, he's front and center in this one because this is essentially Doctor Strange too. But after just seeing him in No Way Home, I think a lot of people had high expectations for this film. Multiverse of Madness, a lot of people felt like, oh, this is where it's gonna pop off. Multiverse of Madness, this is where things are really gonna, you know, blow up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and following the success of WandaVision, I think that a lot of folks wanted to see um, Wanda Maximoff prominently displayed, but build on the development from WandaVision.
Yeah.
And this movie did not give us that.
I don't even know what it gave us.
This
I I,
movie, go
I
ahead,
don't
Rob.
know.
Fino.
I don't know what it gave us, bro. This movie had so much promise when they first announced the movie. When I heard the name, I was like, "Oh my god, this is gonna be epic!" Like this is. I think at one point I called this like the Avengers type movie, where it's like that type of. It was like it's not Avengers. It was more like I guess Civil War, where it could be like an Avengers type movie
Right,
because I thought so much was going into this and so much chaos and so much it was going to change the MCU.
right.
I think that was the words I used was like
We
this is this is the movie.
we agree. With a title like Multiverse of Madness, following WandaVision's plot,
Yeah.
following what Strange just had to fix, and
Right,
and and the
especially
and the
after the
implications of what he had to fix
yeah.
from No Way Home. This movie felt completely disjointed. Whereas No Way Home's cameos, I feel like added to their main character. added to Tom Holland MCU Spider-Man. Whereas the cameos in that film built that character up, I feel like the cameos in this movie didn't do much of anything to help build up Doctor Strange.
I don't even remember the cameos in there, bro.
Well,
I'll be
the
honest with you.
Illuminati, you know,
Oh yeah, I
The
forgot.
Illuminati showed
Yeah,
up. Well, of course, it
that's
was an
right.
Illuminati from an alternate universe, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I
not the
forgot. We got
main, you know.
Professor X.
But yeah,
We got
we thought we would think that having the presence of those characters here would build, and this movie did not really do that. The
nah.
primary function of this movie turned out to be homage to Sam Raimi, the director, and movies that he's made, his style in the past. The movie felt like a greatest hits of certain beats and tropes that he has in his films. Um, cool if you're a Sam Raimi fan, but if you're gonna follow up No Way Home, follow up WandaVision, and you know what? I'm not even touching on the fact that you're following up the animated, voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch himself, the animated Doctor Strange What If story that tied into the multiverse as well. When you're following up that with this film that doesn't take into account any of what I just mentioned, it feels very out of place, and it feels like the stakes were zero from jump. The biggest consequence from this film was that Dike Wanda dies, but I don't think there's anybody that believes that she's dead. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anybody that believes that that level of power, that a being, a character of that importance, a Nexus being like they say that she is gonna die like that. We're gonna see her
Yeah,
come back somehow.
especially with Agatha all along.
Right.
So
So the
um
stakes felt very minimal for a movie called Multiverse of Madness, following all those things I mentioned before. Very unfortunate. Benedict Cumberbatch does the best that he can do in this film, and visually there's some cool moments, but it feels very. The movie itself feels disjointed. One of the best scenes in this movie is cool, but I would have just wanted the tone to be like that throughout. I'm talking about when they get to Carmartage and Wanda's like very creepily crawling after them and trying to attack them. Do you remember what scene I'm talking about?
I kind of do.
That's the
I
coolest
remember
scene to
the
me.
whole fight there,
That's the
but
coolest scene to me, and it's like, it gave
I would say
empty. The movie feels empty.
I would just say this: the one bright there was two bright spots. Now that I'm actually thinking about the movie, you're making me do it. Um, the two bright spots was in America Chavez.
Yeah, yeah,
that was America Chavez. I thought she was good.
yeah,
And then the fact that we did get to see my boy Jim as Mr. Fantastic.
yeah.
That was really the
That was
two.
cool. That was cool fan service, but
That was
again,
the two good parts of the movie. Other than that, oh, and then of course, and then seeing Professor X. Yeah,
yeah.
besides those three,
Agent
and he was in
Carter,
an
seeing
iconic
Agent Carter
yellow.
was cool too.
I didn't care about that.
I did. I mean, because I like Peggy Carter. I like that actress. I think she's
Yeah, I
pretty
know
good.
you like Peggy. I get it. Like,
But
but I would just say those three things: seeing Professor X in the yellow, the car thing, whatever you want to call it.
his hover
Um,
chair.
hover chair, yeah. Seeing Jim as because that was awesome. Just
Yes,
seeing him, I did
You're
pop for
talking
that.
about Randall Park.
Randall Park, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Which by the way, I love the fact that they it was a commercial I just saw recently or
Jimmy,
video.
I didn't mention in the Ant-Man movies, Jimmy Woo's is cool in that, and he was in WandaVision. I like Jimmy Woo.
Yes. Oh, and if mentioning Ant-Man 2, shout out to Ti because it's good in there too.
Yeah, the
I
crew,
thought about
the
that later.
crew,
Huh?
the whole crew.
Yeah, the whole crew. And then the fact that they weren't in threes blows my mind. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it was a missed
uh,
opportunity. But ultimately,
yeah,
Multiverse of Madness is an example of how cameos could be too heavily relied on and feel empty. Whereas in No Way Home, they built up. Like they weren't all the movie was about. And I
yeah,
feel like that's all this movie was relying on to like shock and awe people. And no, it didn't. It didn't. So because of the visuals, because of Doctor Strange's performance, I'm not gonna put this at an F, but it's a D tier movie.
yeah. I'm cool with D. I'm
It's a
cool
D
with D.
tier movie for me.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool.
All right. Next film up is the only character franchise that so far has gotten a fourth film, and that is, of course, Thor: Love and Thunder, also directed by Taika Waititi. Thor: Love and Thunder it's a weird one because whereas I and many people praise Thor Ragnarok for its comedy, praise it for its tone, Thor: Love and Thunder, I think, let the humor get away from it. It went a little bit too far leaning into the humorous side of things. And it's not to say that it didn't have funny moments, but I felt this movie felt like Thor became a caricature of himself. Like it went too far from where Chris Hemsworth was asked to go in part three with the humor. He felt like a cartoon character in this one. Um, I liked Jane Foster. What they did with her, I feel like it was too one and done. She should be more established because in the comics she lasts a little longer than she does here. But in turn, relatively, I'm saying. But I thought that it was cool to give Natalie Portman a chance to play that, and I thought that she did well. She looked good in the armor. Valkyrie again, strong performance. Korg is funny. I don't doubt him. Russell Crowe as Zeus. Uh, Again, that's one of those. For some people, it was too much over the top. I think I enjoyed it more than I hated it, but I get it. I get if people felt like it was too over the top in terms of humor. But ultimately, where this movie falls short for me is that you got Christian Bale to play Gore the God Butcher, and you did nothing with him. Uh, Marvel, as we've mentioned before, has the MCU has had a lot of incidences where either they have like a weak villain or they have a great villain, but they kill them off. In this case, they had the potential for a tremendous villain. Gore the God Butcher in Marvel Comics is a relatively new character, but very quickly from Rip has put himself in many comic book readers' opinion as a top tier Marvel villain with his origin, his abilities, and with his bars, stuff that he says, his lines. This is a character that I felt was wasted in this film. They didn't do nearly enough with him. And even though the resolution at the end of giving Thor a daughter, adopted daughter, whatever, is cool, I just felt like getting there in the story wasn't worth what they sacrificed in the journey. Meaning we got a too humorous, cartoonish Thor, a missed opportunity with a villain that should have been great, memorable, and on the same tier as Killmonger type of thing, for sure. And we didn't get that. And so Thor: Love and Thunder is not one of my favorite films in the MCU. It just failed more than it succeeded, in my opinion.
F.
You just put it straight on F
F.
without saying nothing.
F.
Yeah, I agree. I can't argue, like, for sure. It was just a huge disappointment. Huge disappointment. Yeah, I don't know. There's a reason why Chris Hemsworth has said he'd be more than happy to come back, but he's looking for a change in tone, and it's because this movie was too far in the direction of zaniness. It was just too much. And yeah, moving on. Wakanda Forever, the second Black Panther film. Even though obviously, as we mentioned, as everyone knows, Chadwick Boseman passed away unfortunately to cancer. Fuck cancer. Wakanda Forever. It's one of the toughest. I say it was one of the toughest movies that I think you could have anyone make. The cast, Ryan Coogler, the director and writer of Wakanda Forever, of the original Black Panther film as well, had to write a movie that not only, does what most of the other MCU movies do, which is drag, move the chains on the field, if you will, to make a football term, not only do they have to move the chains for the team because all the movies are tied together to get to that end zone, those Avengers movies. Not only does it have to do that, but it's a movie that also wanted to pay homage to the memory of Chadwick Boseman, the character that he played, and it also had, similar to the first Black Panther movie, had the job of establishing brand new characters and a brand new uh, realm within the MCU, within Marvel, which is the Atlantis that is ruled by none other than Namor. Um, so it had some things it had to do that was similar to the first, and it had some things that were very unique to the situation of the cast having lost Chadwick Boseman, during production of the film. They had to kind of rewrite and do things over. I enjoyed Wakanda Forever. I they also shoehorned. I say shoehorned because Ironheart has been in the done in the reels already, but they haven't done anything with it. Hopefully soon next year we'll finally get to see Ironheart, the series that they're doing. But they also shoehorned Ironheart in here as well. So that being said, I enjoyed this movie a lot. The strength of the cast that was around T'Challa is very evident with the elevated performances from everybody in this movie who we saw from the first film, especially characters like M'Baku, Okoye, especially from them. Namor was very likable, charismatic, looked dope as shit on screen. Very capable, was dope. Shuri, I feel like I wanted to always see Shuri or them tell the story of Shuri becoming Black Panther. This obviously was rushed to get there because of circumstances. But all that being said, I enjoyed this movie. I don't think I would rate it as I would not rate it higher than the first one. I would not rate it higher than the first one. Not at all. It's an above average movie in the MCU. Didn't have the same cultural impact as the first one, but I doubt very few movies could. Wakanda Forever was a bright spot during this era of MCU movies. It was a bright spot. Was it the brightest spot? No, but it was one of the better movies in this phase of films. Uh, Fino, what is your take on Wakanda Forever?
Yeah, I thought Ironheart was like the bright spot of the
That's fine. I just said they were shoehorned.
movie.
I just said she was shoehorned because it's another character you have to fit into this narrative. That's all.
Oh no, no, I know. I agree with that. She was definitely shoehorned, but I thought she was the best part of the movie. To be honest with you, um, I just loved. I loved how her character, the attitude, like I thought
Hmm.
it was dope.
The actors
Um,
brought a lot of good energy to it for sure.
yeah, like I can't wait to see her show. That's still
Yeah, it's
happening,
a
right?
show. It's a
Yeah.
series.
That's happening. I think later this year or next year, or
I
something like
think
that.
it's next year. I
Next
know
year,
Anthony
okay,
Ramos is in it. I think he's playing the Hood. Sacha Baron Cohen is in it. What's this guy's name? Very
okay.
nice. That guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's
So
in it.
like
He's rumored to play Mephisto.
oh, well then that's pretty good then. So I thought it was a good movie. It wasn't better than the first one, but it was good. Uh it would have been better than the first one when Killmonger was there. I'll tell you that. But other than that, Shuri, I've been said Shuri's gonna become Black Panther in the second one anyway. I mean I said that prior to Boswick dying. So um Chadwick died, I said Boswick, but Chadwick dying. So
I could
yeah.
I could see them having told a story where the movie ends with Shuri, or where the latter half is Shuri taking the mantle from T'Challa for whatever reason, and then T'Challa getting it back like he does in the comics. But yeah, obviously they decided to just make her
Just go
Black
ahead.
Panther
Yeah, just go
now.
ahead and do it.
Yeah.
I think the bright spot too was just at the end where you see he had a son. I
Oh
think
yeah,
that
yeah,
was pretty cool
yeah.
too.
Yeah,
So
Nick Cannon
yeah,
having a son.
I mean, good movie. Wasn't better than the first one. We had the first one where you put an A, I think.
I had an A. I would put Wakanda Forever at like a B.
Yeah, so
I
that
would put it
first one
there.
was an A. Yeah, I was put it a step down at B.
I
Still
put it
good
right there.
movie.
Yeah. Like it was good, above average. But
Yeah.
and it's tough. It's a movie that, like I said, the circumstances, the fact that they were able to make a movie this good with those circumstances says a lot. You know, because it very easily could have been a mess, but it wasn't.
Namor was good too.
Yeah,
I think you said that, but yeah, I really like Namor too. So yeah,
yeah, and I hope that we get to see
great
more of
Marvel snap
that
card
character.
too.
I hope we get to see more. Okay. Um. So this one, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet for the third Ant-Man movie.
Yeah,
Just
you
saying
can
that,
take this
just
one over. I didn't even finish watching this shit.
saying that feels weird. Just considering, what the other Ant-Man movies were.
Yeah.
So the third movie in the Ant-Man trilogy, Ant-Man Quantumania, which featured the only MCU appearance outside of Disney Plus Loki of uh
Kong.
Kang the Conqueror, as played by Jonathan Majors. The bright spot in this film was indeed Jonathan Majors. Plot wise, I don't understand the logic of trying to where Thanos as a villain, as the villain of an entire saga, multiple phases of films, almost a decade of development of hype. Whereas Thanos was built upon, spoken about in the shadows by other characters as they talked about him a little bit here and there in other films, that even, like Guardians, he shows up a little bit with Ronan the Accused. Whereas Thanos is built upon consistently as a threat, as being formidable, and all that. Whereas they did such a good job with that character. I don't know. I don't understand the logic behind having your current saga long villain in Kang the Conqueror, having him be in a film where he loses to Ant-Man. You talk about an unearned. You talk about this is the equivalent, and strike me, if I'm wrong, Fino. I want to make like a Royal Rumble type of equivalent. This is like, I don't know. This is like Brock Lesnar being out the business for multiple years. And then everybody knows Brock Lesnar's going to return. And then you bring him back as the 30th entrant in the Royal Rumble. Set up for success. But he's in the ring with... God damn it. No, not Hornswoggle. I won't go that far because I like Paul Rudd. But
I mean, I like
what was the
Hornswoggle.
name of the guy with the sock and the freaking...
Oh, don't disrespect Santino.
I love Santino. He's likable, like Paul Rudd is. But Santino is not a heavyweight world champion. Santino is not... It's like having Brock Lesnar return off the hype, 30th entrant in the Royal Rumble. Oh, we're automatically going to see him as the headliner in WrestleMania. But no, he loses to Santino. And Santino didn't even have to use the fucking sock to do it. That's what this movie felt like.
Just thinking about this movie.
And it makes no sense. Jonathan Majors, he looks like comic book accurate Kang. He has a presence, he has an aura, and he has a quite, a relatively interesting, not necessarily original, but interesting motivation for what it is that he's trying to set out and do. And the end credits, which because of the legal, troubles that he got into and all that, end up meaning nothing. But even without that having occurred, even if Jonathan Majors was still tied to the MCU, it felt hollow. None of those characters felt like threats because we just saw the one that they all agreed upon, every variant of Kang agreed upon, was too radical and dangerous. And so they cast him out. The one that among them they feared the most, we just saw him lose to Ant-Man. A Louiseless, cruelest Ant-Man. This movie was a fail, and it may seem hypocritical for me to highlight a performance of a character as much as I did just now and not put it on the same tier as Thor Dark World
Or
for
yeah, I
Loki's
know.
performance, but this movie is an F for every reason. Bill Murray's in this
Yeah,
movie, and I'm
yeah.
like, Bill, I wish you would have saved that cameo for a better film. This movie is an F. It was a mistake conceptually. Ant-Man did not deserve that kind of bump at all. If anything, if you're gonna give a bump, I would have probably been happier if they just gave Cassie the bump and used that as momentum to set up sooner than later new Avengers stuff.
Yeah,
But this movie
yeah.
is a fail. It was not good. I will never watch it again. And
Bro, I never finished it. I fell asleep.
there you go. And it's just disappointing. It's more disappointing than it is bad. But conceptually, it just no.
I fell asleep the minute they got sucked into that the actual thing, the whatever you call it.
JT in the chat chimes in and says loses to Ant-Man in combat, embarrassing. Agreed. This is Kang the Conqueror. There's not a variant of Kang that should ever lose to Scott Lang Ant-Man. Now you want to have him lose to Hank Pym, different story. You want to have him lose to Wasp, different story in the MCU. But Ant-Man, the comedic relief, the fuck out of here can't be exclaimed enough for that.
Yeah, nah.
Let's move
I'm
on.
good
We
that.
agree on that. There's not. If, as a matter of fact, Ruff, if you wanted me to bump this below F, I'd do it without charging you a stone. But you know
About
what?
charging?
Without charging. But let's just leave it there. All right.
Yeah, no,
That's
we
two
good, we good.
Ant-Man movies in the F tier, by the way.
Yeah.
And three is much
Really
worse than two
And
because
it
at
really
least two
should
has
be
Luis.
two. It really is sad because it really should be two Ant-Mans, two Thor. It really should.
Listen,
It could be worse.
Loki, all
Uh,
right? Loki. All right. Let's move on. Okay, the third movie in the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, James Gunn's final MCU related film before moving on to head the DC Studios movies. And much success I wish upon him. I hope that he does a good job over there, better than has been done at least recently with the MCU films. We got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Now, I've already stated that I am biased when it comes to Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy is my favorite trilogy. I also think objectively, just based on, well, I can't say objectively, but I believe that in terms of a true trilogy in the MCU, I think that Guardians is the strongest trilogy that they have so far. Volume 3 had to do a lot. Volume 3 had to tie up a lot of character arcs. It was also clearly James Gunn, writing a love letter and saying goodbye to the franchise that he helped introduce to the mainstream world and helped become, a beloved group of characters in the MCU.
mm.
Guardians had to both pay tribute to what he's done, but also set it up for future adaptations and successes with where he left these characters off at. And I think that it did a tremendous job of doing that. So to many people's surprise, the character over the course of the 3 Guardians films that ends up really taking center stage and growing the most, no pun intended there because I know Groot is part of the team, but is Rocket. In the comics, Star-Lord and Rocket lead the Guardians. Many times Rocket is the leader of the Guardians, not even Star-Lord. And this movie really does the character justice. Uh, hits you in the feels with his origin. Has a in my opinion, a very satisfying villain. The High Evolutionary, the way he was depicted here, you love to hate him. You're rooting for every scar put on his damn face at the end. Uh, Guardians of the Galaxy, I think, is a very strong finale. I I don't think it's as good a film as the first. I think still that first film is very strong, but it's up there in terms of quality. It's just it's a great send off for a trilogy that you know by all intents shouldn't have happened. No one should have taken a risk on this. They have all these other characters. They could have. Daredevil doesn't even have a damn movie yet. You know what I'm saying? MCU, and the Guardians have three. You know that's what I'm talking about. Bigger characters could have had films that this group got, and I'm glad they did. Guardians one of my favorite trilogies. Period. Outside the MCU, and I think that Volume 3 ends it on a very high note, and is one of the clear highlights of this phase of Marvel MCU films.
I agree. It's a S tier for me.
You got it at S tier.
I got Guardians 3 as a S.
Okay,
I
I'd love to hear why.
just I thought it was the perfect ending to a story that, like you said, it's the second best trilogy. Because I count Captain America. So, um, the Captain America ones are the best, but
Mhm.
um, Galaxy is definitely the second best. I give you that. I thought that it had the emotions, it had the comedy, it had everyone had like good final moments
Yeah,
that it just I mean it was everything you would want it to be. And it was like a farewell to the mall, so I don't know what's the future for, you know, some of the characters or whatever, but those a nice salute to the trilogy. And yeah, I thought it was a really great movie. It was by far the best of the three.
you
Like,
felt it was the best of the two.
yeah, I thought it was
That's
better
fair.
than one.
I can't listen. If this was your hand on this mouse and you put it at S, I I couldn't argue with you. But I have it at A. I have it at A tier. I don't have it on that same like level of where we have some of these S tier movies.
It's the last. It's to me, it would be like out of the S tier movies, it's in last. Well, it's probably no. I'm sorry, no, it's not. It would be second to last because I would put Iron Man as the last S one. And then I would put Guardians 3.
I
Oh wait, you have the first Guardians
I
there.
have the
Okay,
first
so
one at
then
S because, like I said, I feel like that was Marvel's biggest risk that they took.
yeah, I didn't see that one. So I would have like it would be Iron Man, Guardians 1, and then it would be Guardians 3. Like
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
bottom of S
yeah,
tier.
I don't, I wouldn't hate you for that. I wouldn't say you were crazy for that. I just feel like overall, it's an A, strong A, but I got it at there. JT, you're in the chat. I know this is on delay by the time you hear the question, but just out of
I don't know.
curiosity, where would you have Guardians Volume 3?
Well, apparently he says that's wild of me.
Yeah, but I want to hear his opinion. It's easy to criticize without
Wow.
offering your own take.
I thought I mean I just thinking about it, I mean it really it hit way more to me than the first one. He has like a B.
He has it at a B, and there's a reason why certain people were not invited to be a part of this discussion. Um, that might be one of the reasons, right there.
It was like it's no lower than an A.
I
Like
can't have it lower than an A. I didn't like
I
them
don't
hurting
like
the
them
animals.
hurting the
You
animals,
know
man.
what? I get it. I mean that honestly, for a lot of people, yeah, they can't stand seeing stories where that's the case. You know, when they hear Sarah McLachlan singing "In the Arms of an Angel," they tear up, no matter the context, because they associate it with the animal
Yeah, but that
cruelty
just adds to
freaking
the
commercials that
emotion.
come on late at night. I get it, but I don't think that it was done gratuitously. I think that it was done, for the purposes of plot. It's not something they threw out of nowhere, because the abuse and the suffering and the trauma that Rocket has gone through was hinted at from the very first Guardians, when he was changing in front of Peter, and Peter saw all the scars that were on his back, and the issues that he had with Drax, when Drax, when he was calling him a monster or whatever, and Rocket is like, I didn't ask to be made this way, or something like that. So that's
Rocket
been
was
hinted at
like
from jump.
Rocket with Deadass was like the main character of the Guardians.
That's what I'm saying. He ultimately became the main character, and I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah,
Now, one of the knocks I have on it is because, I mean, Peter just ends up going home again, and he's chilling with like his grandpa, right? That's where that ends.
yeah, yeah.
That was cute, but I would have had something more substance. I would have rather them just go to the movies together, or they were just like hanging out having breakfast. Like, I don't know. I just felt it felt too safe. You're reuniting with your grandpa. Something. Go to a music shop together, music stores together. Something. You know what I mean? Something more tied to.
Yeah, but didn't he say like because they were eating, right?
Yeah, they're like eating,
Well,
and they made some comment about a neighbor or something. But my
yeah, but I think that was a tie. That was like a tie into something that happened that he said about his
whatever it
grandpa
was a tie
earlier.
into, it was a little too hollow. It was a little. I wanted a
Yeah,
little bit
like
more from that, but
it made sense why he did that, but it just I forgot what it was. I don't know. It was
J,
I'd still think it was an S tier.
JT
Like it said
also.
bottom S, top A.
I
So
got it near the
whichever way
top
you
of
want to
A.
put.
I got it near the top of A. I've already said that Guardians is my favorite trilogy.
Yeah.
I've glazed it enough.
Yeah,
Last point that JT
it's
said was,
fair.
huh?
It is.
It's up there. It's up there, bro.
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. It's
Again,
fine.
you got two movies to go, and you still got one stone before this is over. So you know what? You do what you got to do. Just don't leave here without taking a swing, is what I'm saying.
Oh
Uh,
no, no, I'm gonna make a change. I'm waiting to see just in
J,
case you say something
okay.
crazy later.
JT's final note on Guardians Volume 3 is that the soundtrack was the worst of the three. Here's my thing. Even if that's true, even if I agree with you, it was still a very strong soundtrack. Like, none of the other trilogies have anywhere near as good a soundtrack as Volume 1, 2, 3 of Guardians. And I love how Guardians is.
Mm, there's one you can argue.
Which one?
The Black Panther.
All right, but we
Black
got three movies versus two. Yeah, the Black
No,
Panther
no,
one.
but I'm just
Yes,
saying. Just
okay. The
oh,
Black Panther is the only one that will have even an argument.
no, I know. I'm just saying. Black Panther had a good one. I
But
forgot if it
but
was the first
but
or second one.
but this is what I was gonna say about that though. What I like is that Guardians actually has a narrative
Oh yeah,
purpose
behind it. I
behind
agree.
it,
I
which
agree.
to me adds that other layer, and full vulnerability, full transparency. That's why it's my favorite, because I myself have ties to a lot of those songs as well with people in my life. So it's like the fact that they found a way to elegantly tie that into a very core part of Peter's upbringing, and even what brings the team together. I think that
Yeah,
takes it a step above. So yes, Black Panther has great music as well. Produce Metro Boomin, tracks from Kendrick and things like that. They've had great uh, music as well,
yeah.
great soundtracks
We're
as
not.
well.
We don't
But I
mention
just,
them.
we'll see what the third Black Panther movie does. Maybe it's able to surpass it in terms of
We
quality.
don't mention those names, okay?
Who? Metro Boomin and Kendrick?
Drizzy.
All right. Moving on to the penultimate MCU release. Till now, we're approaching the 4 hour mark on this stream. Anybody who's watched even 5 minutes of this, I appreciate you. Anybody who even on the later on watches it, I hope any of this has been enlightening, entertaining, or whatever. So the next to last or latest release of the MCU is also the least successful by far.
I don't
Bu-
get it.
it's the least successful box office wise by far of
That's
any of the previous releases in the history of the MCU.
that's
I'm speaking, of course, about
mm,
essentially what is Captain Marvel 2, The Marvels.
that is so. You
Now,
know what? I changed my mind. I
okay,
said Black Widow was the most underrated. I changed my mind. That's the second most underrated. This is the most underrated movie.
well, I said, what did I say? I said that Captain Marvel was the most overhated. Is that what I said? I said Captain Marvel
Yeah,
was
you should overhate it.
okay. I take that back. The Marvels is the most overhated.
Yeah.
Um, but let's get into it. I'm gonna actually. This is the one I'm gonna start with the negatives, and I'll go with the positives. Every other one I've started with the positives. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I've
I'm a
noticed.
changed man. Okay, I'm a changed man. The Marvels, the Marvel suffers from a common MCU issue
Yeah.
where the villain is not that great, not that
I
memorable.
I agree.
And
That's the one
wait, let
thing
me
that
wait.
I thought was bad
Hold
with the movie.
on. Let me. You over here saying that's the one? Let me. No, hold on.
Go ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
want to seem like a hypocrite because I also forgot Jude Law's villain character, but I still feel like I knew more about that character than I did Jan Rog. Which thank you JT again for reminding me the name of the character. I still feel like I knew more about that character and was more invested in that character and understood that character's motivations a little bit better than I did the character, the villain from the Marvels. I, I can't remember anything particularly bad about the portrayal or the actress or anything. No, the opposite. I didn't have anything negative to say except that it just wasn't memorable. It wasn't compelling. You know what I mean? The villain just did not stand out. And if you have a film where you're trying to feature three heroes who obviously you're also trying to set up as pillars on their own in their own merit, then that villain has to be that much stronger. That villain should stand out that much more. To because like when it comes to a good story, sometimes your heroes are only as good as your villains, or sometimes your heroes can only do as well as the villains they have to face. And quite honestly, the heroes in the story, their biggest obstacle was themselves, was them trying to figure out how to use their powers themselves, and the threat that was up against them was relatively minimal. But that's the biggest negative takeaway that I had from this movie. I I like the chemistry between the three the protagonists. I Miss Marvel, uh, Miss what's her last name? Miss Lani. What's forgetting her name?
Wait, you talking about Iman?
Iman. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, Villani.
yeah. She is perfectly cast as Miss Marvel. If you are familiar with the character from the comic books, the exuberance, the enthusiasm, the likability, the strong family ties, and yes, even the idolization of Captain Marvel is done so well. She was the one bright spot. Her and her family were the one bright spot in her Disney Plus series. The special effects and what they decided to do with her power set, notwithstanding. Um, she's great in this movie. Again, Brie Larson is very good in this movie,
Mm-hmm.
and the actress that
Spectrum.
plays Spectrum, very likable, very beautiful woman, very everything great.
Their chemistry was awesome.
Their chemistry between the three, all of them were great. But I just feel like since they didn't have anything of quality to hit, you know what I'm saying? Since they didn't have a real formidable villain to go up against, I feel like it does detract from what you could do with them. Nick Fury is also in this movie again, a much lesser
Awesome.
role than he played in the first Captain Marvel film. I understand that because you have three leads here already. But Nick Fury's in this film, and
Don't
I,
forget
I
about the cat.
yes, I still feel like you could have done more with Nick Fury though, because he's been spending a lot of time up in that base, and Marvel has done very little with that for that to matter or feel like it matters. And then you got the Flurkins. That scene is funny. Some people felt like this is what lost them. Some people look at that scene, very enjoyably. I fall on the latter. I did find that scene very funny, very enjoyable. It worked for me. There are huge plot holes in this movie as well, with the whole scroll situation. Secret Invasion didn't do anybody any favors, but where scrolls in the MCU found themselves in this film made the plot of Secret Invasion make even less sense than it did. And it also made very little sense for Captain Marvel and why she's been so detached or away from Earth, which is something I hope that they very soon rectify, um, with future appearances by the character. And lastly, I did mention it before. Another negative. Sorry, I don't really like the hard light manipulation manifestation of Miss Marvel's powers. I don't like that at all. I understand that alongside Spectrum and Captain Marvel, it might make sense for her to manipulate the spectrum or manipulate light by creating those hard constructs in a very Green Lantern like fashion. But those are not Miss Marvel's powers at all. And I feel like they could have just given her comic book powers and abilities without having to mention she's inhuman, because clearly they don't want to do that, and the MCU is making her a mutant. So I don't like that, but thankfully her fight scenes in the movie far and the special effects were far superior to how her power set was portrayed in the Disney Plus series. In the Disney Plus series, they had moments where it looked CW Sci-Fi Channel quality at best. And when you're talking about a Disney Plus movie, a series rather, where a lot of money is being put in there, the troubles that Disney and other Hollywood studios were having with getting special effects artists to work on their projects because of discrepancies in pay and overworking them was very apparent in that series for me. But thankfully, not so much in the movie, in the Marvels. This movie did not even crack 200 million domestic. I don't even think it cracked 150 million, and if I'm not mistaken, it might not even have cracked 115 million domestic, which puts it by far the lowest earning MCU film ever, and it's not even close. Even the movies in the F tier that myself and Fino have been making just now have all outperformed the Marvels by a lot. By a
It did
lot.
two. It did 200.
It did 200, but yeah, is that domestic or worldwide?
That's box office 206.
I can look it up right
It
now.
grossed 275 million. Let's
Worldwide?
see. Yeah.
Then you know what? I apologize for the misinformation. It made 206 domestic. I apologize. I'm sorry. I was way off. I might be talking about the opening weekend where MCU
Yeah,
movies.
it was
Okay. I might have been
I
talking
mean,
about,
you're right that it was the lowest. It's still the lowest.
and it's the lowest by far.
Yeah, it's the lowest by far. It was supposed to reach 440 and
Right.
it
I,
did
I
it.
apologize. I might have been referring to numbers associated with the opening weekend. I apologize. I made the correction. Thank you, Fino, for that. It did
Mhm.
it did crack 200 million worldwide. 206 million to be precise. But in terms of the tradition, what the standards set by the MCU box office numbers, up until now, it was by far, one of their biggest disappointments. And I don't think it deserved that low a number. I really don't. Um, but last thing I'll say, and I know I've talked more about this one than I have some of the other films, but it's just when you're talking about a low point, I wanted to provide context. There is such a thing as fatigue. This at the time of release, the Marvels was the 33rd MCU film released, and this phase being as shaky as it was, two of those films we put in the F tier. from the same phase. Uh, I think people's expectations, and also Captain Marvel itself being overhated, the first one, and underperforming to a lot of people's opinions, in a lot of people's opinions. You know, this movie had to be excellent. It had to be excellent, and the expectations were perhaps very, very skewed and unreasonable. But it definitely wasn't an excellent movie for the reasons I stated, and I think because of that, it got really punished. It got really punished. This wasn't one of those movies that was good enough that word of mouth was going to get people to come in that second weekend, and at least let it crack 300 mil overall. So that's my take on the Marvels. I feel like it is the most overhated for sure. It's not the best Marvel movie. It's not the worst. It's somewhere in the middle. Um, but Fino, I'm very curious to know. You were very vocal earlier when we started talking about it. So,
Well, I
what is
think
your take on the Marvels?
Iman Vellani just, I mean, oh wait, happy belated birthday. Birthday was 5 days ago.
Oh, happy
But
belated
anyway,
birthday!
22 years old. Anyway, awesome actress, and I mean, she carried the movie by far. Um, she was great. You said everything, every reason why she's perfect for the role. She's a huge Miss Marvel fan, so it just makes even more sense
Yeah,
why
she's a huge Marvel
she
fan
could
in
be.
general.
Yeah, yeah, just Marvel in general. Like you can ask her any question, she pretty much knows it. Um, but yeah, I mean, just the fact that the work of the three ladies, which I still think is the main reason why that movie failed. I just female leads for some reason just it doesn't do well in the MCU. I have no idea why. I'm not gonna get into it, but it's just I think that's just the reason why they didn't give them a chance. Um and but the plot, yes, the plot had holes and everything, but I think the chemistry of the three leads with Tiona Paris, Brie Larson,
Yes, that's
Iman
her name. I'm
Vellani,
so sorry. Yes, Tiona Paris. Yes.
with these three, the way they interacted with each other, the scenes they had with each other were all good. Like the family was hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, even Nick Fury was hilarious. Like everyone had their funny moments, that they really made the movie enjoyable to me. I mean, I don't see how this movie was bad at all. I get the villain wasn't great, but at least the villain kind of made sense for the reasons behind why the villain and all that was the villain. But at the same time, it really wasn't no backstory. Just they just gave us little tidbits, and it kind of made sense. But it's like
Yeah.
it's whatever. Yes, that was a downfall of it. Um, but honestly, yeah, it was to me. I just really enjoyed the portrayal of the three characters, and just their chemistry alone was able to carry it. It reminds me of Black Widow. Black Widow got so much hate, but it was the chemistry of the characters that really carried it and really made the movie like very enjoyable for me.
Mm.
So I might just be biased towards that. I don't know, but like it's looking at the rankings that you have right now, it's better than all the Fs. It's better
Oh,
than all the
sure,
Ds.
sure.
Um in the C tier, I mean, I guess
I
since
mean,
we have Black
full honest,
Widow in
yeah,
C,
full. I was gonna put it either in C or B, no higher than B, but no
yeah,
lower
no,
than
I
C.
mean, I would put it. The only reason I put it in C is because you got Black Widow there. And I think I don't know if it was better than Black Widow, but I can put it on I thought it was better than the first Miss Marvel movie. Um, I I would put it in C. I would say C, just because that's where we have Black Widow. But I think I said I would have Black Widow in B. So if that's the case,
I
then
mean,
I
if
would
I'm
put
being
that in.
honest, between Black Widow and the Marvels, I like Black Widow more.
Yeah, me too.
I
That's
liked it
why I would
more,
say
but
like Black
I would
Widow.
say it's in the C rank where every other movie I have we have on here is. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I
Like
think it's fair. I'm cool with that.
because if we were making a list of worst villains MCU, then the Marvels probably has a top or bottom three, however you want to look at it. villain.
Yeah, I
You know what
agree.
I mean? And that's a big drawback. That's like the movie is good, and I agree, I enjoyed it as well, but it's not so good and enjoyable that I could ignore the fact that it also has that issue. So
Yeah, and that's what that stops it from being a B.
depending on what they do, with these characters going forward, and especially we didn't even touch upon the fact that this movie had one of the best post credit scenes of all the MCU films all time. Like what
Yeah,
was more hype than seeing Kelsey Grammer voice Beast in the lab with the coat? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Clearly in the X Mansion. Uh, what was more hype than seeing him and her Spectrum's mom in an alternate universe? Basically being a hero there, being the Captain Marvel, the binary of her universe. Really cool.
right.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, depending on what they do going forward, I could see this movie moving up because it will have more importance or carry more weight. But you know, I'm comfortable leaving the seat. It's
I'm
it's not,
just
it's
really
not the
excited for
worst.
the future of Iman. I
Sure,
really am.
me too, me too. And they have that whole thing, her recruiting the Young Avengers. We'll see what they do with that.
Yeah,
It sucks though because a lot of the Young Avengers, well, at least their comic book origin stuff, a lot of that is tied to the existence of Kang the Conqueror. You know what I'm saying? Like his
yeah,
presence
and now with not
is
him not
extremely
there.
important in very key aspects of the Young Avengers. But him not being there, I know it changes things, and unfortunately, it's one of the highlights of the Young Avengers story is the tie-in to Kang the Conqueror and the importance of that. But yeah, I'm excited for her too. She's a mutant, right? We'll see what they're gonna do with that. And Spectrum is in a whole other universe, and Brie Larson, she's trying to just be a better hero. I think hopefully more earthbound in her next adventure. Okay, we're finally at the latest MCU release. This has already surpassed a 4-hour stream, but we're gonna tie it up with a movie that I hope my recency bias doesn't show too much. We're talking, of course, about Deadpool and Wolverine, the third Deadpool movie in that franchise, but officially the first Deadpool movie in the MCU. This is a movie that, believe it or not, has taken longer to has been hyped up and I want to say even developed for a longer amount of time than even Thanos was in the MCU. Uh, Ever since Ryan Reynolds was cast as Wade Wilson in Wolverine Origins, comic book fans have all wanted to see the team up or the sharing on the screen of the two Canadian comic book characters, Deadpool and Wolverine. And this movie was a lot of fun. This is some of the most fun I've had uh, in the movies in a long time, and probably ever. And I'm trying to add context to my opinions here as much as I can. This is also the first R-rated MCU film, which I think is very important. As of the time of the stream, it has already passed. I think today it passed Joker, Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, as the number one grossing R-rated film of all time, and it's the first Deadpool movie to cross $1 billion as well. Might even be the first. Yeah, I think it's also the first Hugh Jackman movie that might have crossed $1 billion as well. Because I don't think the other Fox X-Men movies did that. I don't think so.
Whew!
What happened?
I was just saying.
Yeah,
Whew!
oh, okay. He was
I was
amen.
like, rainbows of it.
That
I'm
was
just
an
saying.
amen. Okay, so so yeah, this movie's been very hyped. You talk about a risk. This is what I would say is, if not the second, the third biggest risk the MCU's ever taken. Because it is an R-rated movie, and And the film serves as not only finally the fan service of getting these two characters together on screen, it also is in many ways an homage and a farewell to the Fox Marvel movies and the Marvel movies made with, again, full spoilers. I already said that in the beginning. With Wesley Snipes' Blade, with
Electro.
Elektra, Jennifer Garner's Elektra, that had her own film and was also in the Daredevil film, I believe, with Ben Affleck way back in the day. And Daphne Keene reprising her role as Laura Kenny, X-23. Even Johnny Storm portrayed by Chris Evans, his earlier comic book character portrayal before he was cast as Steve Rogers in the MCU, and a lot of other cameos. Too many to mention right now. Um,
You
the-
just gonna forget the main one, the best one.
okay, so that wasn't a portrayal of a previous character. This was the first time we see him.
Yeah,
I
but you
think.
said cameo. I take it
Okay,
anyway.
he made a name for himself for sure. But Channing Tatum finally got to play Remy LeBeau. He got to finally play Gambit. Everybody, is aware of the
How
fact
long I've been waiting for this?
he's been waiting for a long time. He's been trying to pitch playing the character for a very long time. I mean, to be quite honest, and it's funny because I was having a conversation the other day, or just yesterday, with friends and Aisha, with my friends Friends and Aisha. When it comes to being able to make movies and what stands in your way to do that, Ryan Reynolds wanted to play Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds had a group of friends, people in the industry, but we're not talking about execs, that wanted to help him make a Deadpool movie. And famously, we all know that the test footage that they put together for Deadpool, Dike, leaked online. Everybody and their mother with a decent internet connection at the time, because this was a long time ago, downloaded that footage or streamed it from somewhere and watched it, even if it was grainy, and we're like, hey, this looks like it could be cool. We want a Deadpool movie. And Fox eventually said, okay. And I don't remember, I think it cost $80 million to make that first Deadpool movie. The budget was definitely below $100 million. Definitely. And that movie went on to make more than $700 million as an R-rated film. Deadpool was definitely a fan favorite of comic book, fans, but definitely not mainstream. And Ryan Reynolds made that happen. I don't know why Channing Tatum, who, I mean, outside of the Deadpool movies, is probably a bigger movie star than Ryan Reynolds. Would you say that?
Yeah, I would definitely.
Okay.
I would say.
Okay, so I don't know why he didn't try to do the same thing with a Gambit. Do some test footage, let people hear the accent, and oopsie, leak it. I feel like if we would have seen this, if we would have seen some of this 6, 7, pre-Disney acquisition of Fox years
There
ago,
wouldn't have been no acquisition.
we might have been seeing Channing Tatum as Gambit. Doesn't mean solo film. I'm not talking about definitely Gambit needs a solo film. I'm not saying that. But I think we would have definitely seen him play the character in some capacity, in some role, in some other X-Men related film.
I'll say this: if we had seen that earlier, there wouldn't have been no acquisition. They've been safe.
That's funny. Yo, hey, you know what? Who knows if that's true? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, you get Channing
If it would have been
Tatum.
the savior.
All we got to find out is, can Channing Tatum play basketball? Because if he can, and he throws
can.
on, and okay, if Channing Tatum could ball out, and we see that
He was
that
Coach
guy,
Carter.
well, all we need to do is put him in a Gambit crop top, showing off those abs, playing basketball, and there you go. You got the trailer to get all the Aquaman fans in the seat. All the fans of the people that go see Aquaman, they'll go see a Channing Tatum Gambit movie if he's gonna be doing that.
All I know, they just get Alexandra Daddario to be Rogue, and boom.
That's a casting that I would have to discuss with you at further length another time. But because I don't know about that one, but and I like her.
Saying they were discussing it anyway. That's the only reason.
I like her,
but
I don't know if I want her as my Rogue. Anyway,
anyway,
that's another
actually,
discussion.
after the picture that came out today, I think I got another one.
Oh boy. All right. Well,
The
Deadpool,
swing me.
De-
But anyway,
Deadpool and Wolverine. It's a movie that, unlike Multiverse of Madness, and very much like, maybe even more so than No Way Home, the
don't be
cameos
disrespectful.
were
But
meaningful.
okay.
They were built upon. Like it's a movie that if you were able to stay away from the leaks that were online about the appearances, tons of positive reactions to seeing, you know, these
Yeah,
actors
nah,
reprise the roles.
for
And
sure.
and last thing I'll say is, we also saw a portrayal of Cassandra Nova,
Yes,
who's a new character
great
to
job.
to the MCU, who's a new character to the film in general. I don't think Cassandra Nova has been portrayed in any other medium besides comic books up until the creation of the character. Relatively new character, twin sibling of Charles Xavier,
Yep, that
and
is
and
true.
she was portrayed very well. Another villain that, and I'm gonna be fair, it's another villain that I feel like they got rid of too soon, unless they didn't, and she's just in the void. But I don't know. We don't really know the
No,
fate.
she's in the void. That's
All
what
right,
that's all.
hopefully she's not completely gone. But
Yeah.
another character, another villain that was very compelling, very interesting. Um, and hopefully we see more of them. But for now, it seems like they got rid of them. So hopefully that's not the case, but we'll see.
At
Deadpool
the end of the
Wolverine,
day,
yeah.
at the end of the day, where you got it.
The end of the day, you want to rank it before you talk about it, then?
I agree with everything you said.
Okay.
I mean,
Is
like, there's
anyone
really no additions to say. I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
as the MCU's first R-rated film, as if we want to incorporate box office success, if we want to incorporate cameos, if we want to incorporate everything that this film was trying to deliver, if you want to talk about a film that, not that it's the only one, but it's one of the most apparent in the MCU films that was made with a lot of love by fans of the material,
Yep.
the antithesis of Multiverse of Madness when it comes to that, because I didn't even mention the fact that the makers of the people that were responsible for Multiverse of Madness didn't even watch any of the previous stuff, didn't even watch WandaVision, and they had her featured. If you incorporate all those things, again, it might be recency bias, but
It's not.
I'm putting Deadpool and Wolverine in the S tier of Marvel
Thank
films,
you.
because at the very least, it is showing the MCU that you can make an R-rated film and it could be not only successful but like really good, like really
Yeah.
really good. So
I
you can do this.
I would just simply say that it basically did what No Way Home did, except the only difference between No Way Home and the only reason why it's better, in this aspect was, yes, they both had the cameos and everything, but I felt like the cameos in No Way Home meant more
Okay, that's
to
fine.
the plot of the story. When you speak about the villains and and then of course, obviously, both Spidey's doing it, it meant more because
You,
they were in the entire story.
you know what? Here's what I'll say. I I'll change what I said and say that it might have been more, and just say, it was just as good. The only difference is No Way Home did it for a more dramatic effect, and Deadpool Wolverine was doing it more so. Not that it didn't have dramatic effect moments, because Hugh Jackman acted his ass off in this film.
Of
Okay,
course.
but it did it for the irreverent, humorous, Deadpool themed and related reasons.
Agreed.
So I think they
Agreed.
did. I think the cameos. I'll backtrack and say they were equally as good. It's just
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one was
It was
doing
the
it.
closest thing to it.
Yeah, one was doing it more for the, we get to play in the toy box now with Deadpool, and the other one was more like, paying homage on a serious note and giving the MCU Spider-Man, the Tom Holland Spider-Man, his really, this
His-
served as his Uncle Ben moment, losing Aunt
Yeah.
May and her having being the one saying,
Which is a
with
very
great power
unique
comes great
way of
responsibility.
doing it. That's
Well-
a very unique way because we've never seen that
Right,
before. Like,
right,
you
absolutely.
know. So I loved it. Yeah. No,
Right.
it's definitely F tier. I guess I have one. You said I have one stone left.
You
I'm
do,
just gonna go ahead.
you do,
I'm
and
just gonna
be,
go
and
ahead and
But
I'm gonna go
before
ahead and
before
use
you
it.
use your stone, let me recap the list as is, and then your
Okay.
final move is the final move, because you got one
All right.
stone, and I'm not gonna counter it. You just Do what you want.
Got you.
All right, so we'll start at the bottom first to review the F tier of MCU movies as we have them tier listed and ranked. Myself and Fino, who thank you again for stopping by and offering your thoughts. Really insightful and actually catching me in some stuff that I had to correct myself on. Really appreciate that. F tier we have Ant Man and the Wasp, Thor: Love and Thunder, Ant Man Quantumania. All right, those are the three Marvel films that MCU films that ended up in the F tier. In the D tier, we have Thor: The Dark World, carried mostly by Loki. We have the Eternals, carried mostly by its visuals, and then we have Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange's second film in the D tier, landing in the D tier, not the second Doctor Strange film in the D tier. Okay. C tier, we have the original Thor movie, we have Iron Man 3, we have the original Ant-Man movie, we have Doctor Strange, we have Captain Marvel, Black Widow, and essentially Captain Marvel 2, The Marvels in the C tier, which I tried to make clear is what I consider average. In my opinion, was average. In the B tier, we have the Ed Norton-led Hulk film, The Incredible Hulk. We have Iron Man 2. We have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. We have Spider-Man Far From Home. We have Shang-Chi. And we have Wakanda Forever. I noticed that in the B tier, a lot of sequels, a lot of part 2s in there. Interesting. In the A tier, we have Captain America, The First Avenger, the debut of Captain America's solo film franchise. We also have Avengers Age of Ultron, the second Avengers ensemble film. Thor Ragnarok, which is the highest rated Thor movie in that franchise, according to us. We have Black Panther, Spider-Man Homecoming, the original Tom Holland-led Spider-Man solo film, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. In the S tier, we have the one that started it all. We have Iron Man, number 1, Jon Favreau, Robert Downey Jr., making magic there, setting this whole universe into the stratosphere. We have Iron Man, we have Avengers, the first ensemble film, first really film of its kind, bringing all these franchises together. We have Captain America, The Winter Soldier. We have Guardians of the Galaxy, the original one by James Gunn. We have Captain America, Civil War. Avengers Infinity War. Spider-Man No Way Home. And Deadpool and Wolverine. And then the only film that we have in the SS tier is the latest of the Avengers films. Really, the movie that sets the standard for all the things they want to top in future Avengers ensemble movies. We have Avengers Endgame. We have that in the SS tier, and that is the list that we've compiled over this 4+ hours. But as I told him when he joined into the conversation, I gave 3 Infinity Stones to Fino to move some movies around. He moved Civil War up from the A tier to the S tier. He also moved. What was the other movie that you moved?
Avengers
Endgame. He
Endgame.
also created the SS tier for the Avengers Endgame film to fill in the spot of. And now he's going to, I believe, use one final Infinity Stone to move one of these films into another bracket. Fino,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and stop the disrespect. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Spider-Man Far From Home. We're gonna go ahead and put that in A tier.
Okay.
And that's just how we gonna end that.
Okay.
I wish, if anything, wait, can I, before you do that,
Before
can
I
I
what? Before I move?
can I just, because it's the same movie, can I switch them?
What do you mean?
So like Far From Home and No Way, and not No Way Home. Far From Home and Homecoming switch.
Oh, you want Homecoming to go down to B and Far From Home to come up to A?
I'm leaning towards that, but
Is
you know
that
what?
is
No,
that
no.
what you're asking to do with one stone?
No, okay, yeah, we'll just leave it like that, right there.
Okay,
Like,
all right. So we got 2
yeah.
Spider-Man movies in the A tier.
yeah,
This guy over here thinking, you already created an entire realm. Okay, you already
Hey.
created an entire realm.
it is well deserved.
That's fine. I'm not gonna fight you. It's your
I
stones.
should just honestly, I should have just put I should have put Spider-Man up there with
What? No Way Home?
No way, yo, I should put that up there with it.
These are all this. That's why you can't snap fingers without really thinking
Yeah.
things through. All 14
I should use the
million
Infinity Stone to get
711
3 more
possibilities.
stones.
So we have two Spider-Man movies now in the A tier. That's the only change that we had left there. This
Yeah.
is our list. I'll scroll through it one more time a little slowly for posterity. It's fun talking about the MCU films. I think the next stream I'm gonna have is gonna be with Al, where we rank movie franchises, like period, like franchises of films.
Ooh. Oh,
Might have some other guests in there as well, but I know that that's something that me and Al are going to be working on in the near future. A tier list of movie franchises in general. Um, Probably we won't touch upon any of the MCU ones just because we just did this. So non MCU related franchises is what we're looking at next. But anyway, this is our list
mm.
of MCU films. If you disagree, agree, whatever, feel free to hit us up in the chat. Fino, you got anything you want to share? Anything upcoming? Anything going on?
Nah, just I'm just looking forward to your some more of your tier list. I love
All right, appreciate
hearing
that.
people do
Thank
tiers
you.
and stuff like
Next
that.
time I'll have a camera on me and a haircut, so you can see how animated I am when it comes to some of these discussions. But hopefully you enjoyed yourself. If you watched even a minute of this, appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we're gonna cut the stream.